6 waiting, it says.
And we're live. And let's go over who's here. Let's see. Nobody's here. And, nobody too is here. And let's see. Andy is here.
It says there's 6 waiting, so 8 waiting.
Yeah, 6.
8 watching.
Yeah, that's all right. I could use a really short chat. So how's it going, Andy?
Good. I had scored a big score on eBay. I got 5,115 grain, concave base, no lead base, double-plated bullets for 3 cents a piece.
Wow.
It's cheaper than casting them.
Yeah. What caliber?
9mm.
Wow. Yeah, that is. It's.
What's funny about it on top of it, so I'm trying to work up load data, and my 147 grain zinker, which is 93 grains, is like basically the same load, except for overall length.
There you go.
And there's room for more, so there's more room in the case than that 147 takes a longer bullet, so deeper in the case. That's the one that bulges all the time. And I loaded up some of those 115s. I loaded 50. I had 2 with slightly bulged cases that wouldn't go in one gauge but went in the other. Hey, thoughts?
Hey, guys.
Darth.
Hey, what's up?
It's weird. Nobody's on the side. So we're just going to talk to ourselves tonight.
Well, okay.
Is that right? So, good score on the bullets. What did you say they weighed? Like 100 grain?
They're 115 grain.
Oh, 115. Okay.
Yeah, well, it's physically, it's much smaller than that 147 Zinker. The Zinker is like 93 grains. So, but the load data is like just about there, the same. And I loaded up a few. They worked. It loaded fine. And
good.
That's about it. I didn't do much other than I got 2 more medium flat rate boxes of zinc from unknown people this week. They told me they were sending stuff, and they did. So that was cool. Another 80 pounds of zinc.
Nice. We got a yo from Just Jeff. Just Jeff is here. Cha-ching. Somebody's here. Thanks, Jeff.
So, what else other than that? Nothing.
Did you go shooting?
Me, no. Today it could have been, but I had that first nice day. I had to fix a couple of things around the house. So.
Yeah, it was 72 degrees the other day.
We had 66 here, but it was windy. So. I'm Senator Kennedy talking to AOC. This is common sense, you idiot.
Is that recently?
Let's see. How long ago was this? I don't want to click it. It says, give me the time stamp. I can open the window, I guess, and it'll give me the time.
No, that's okay.
12 hours ago.
Yeah, I was going to say a day ago. Okay. All right.
No, that was like this morning.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. They found some money that was taken away from the California Fire Fund, and it went into the Blue Fund.
Yeah.
And who was behind that? It was Pocahontas. So hopefully she gets in big trouble for that.
Well, they caught a lot of these people, but nothing's happening. I want to see some lock them
Nothing's
up.
happening. Yeah, nothing's happening. This is all just a pageant. It's all just a pageant. It's a big show.
Yeah,
I'm getting disgusted with the whole thing.
They're well protected. We'll see. They get away with everything. Oh, one guy is here. Hey, old one guy.
Well, we survived the storm. I don't know if you kind of heard about Washington State and the big storm that was supposed to happen last week.
Really?
Yeah, we were supposed to have torrential rains and thunder and lightning, and they were predicting tornadoes to touch down and golf ball size hail.
Oh.
And that was Wednesday.
Maybe that's where we got. Yeah, okay.
Well, let me tell you what happened. It's Wednesday night. It was supposed to roll in at about 7 o'clock at night. So I was home. And it started to rain a little bit. I opened up the door, looked outside, kind of looked around. Wind was breezy. It wasn't really like howling. So I figured, hey, in the next 20 minutes or so, who knows? So I waited around. A couple of thunderclaps. That's, maybe 4 or 5 thunderclaps, maybe a shot of lightning here and there. And by 10 o'clock, it was over. That was it. It just rained a little bit, and it was breezy. And what it is it's the Democrats in our state wanting to push us up on the big emergency, funding list there, to get, emergency funding, from the federal government is all it is. It's just a bunch of crap. I'm really tired of this state.
Well, maybe we got it from you because tonight we had thunder showers and hail.
Oh, the news media was out there beating the drum about how to put blankets over the top of your car and use pillows underneath it and bring your cars in under cover. And, if it gets too, if you live in a mobile home, you should, seek shelter and all this crap. I mean, Channel 4, 5, and 7 were putting all this crap out. People were running around with their hands up over their heads, screaming. And I'm surprised we didn't have people in Seattle just, committing suicide, saying, if this is what's going to happen, I don't want to go on. It was crazy, man. And so I think all those people that work for the news media, they should all be fired. You're inciting panic. You're inciting panic in the in the public.
Well,
so this is the reason why nobody watches the news anymore.
They always like drama. 1/4 inch of snow, and it's just all news for 2 days.
Yeah, the Democrats are watching the news. The Democrat people, they're watching it.
Kip is here and Tin Man is here. Hey guys.
Well, you know what happened is that Washington State got in trouble. Well, they didn't get in trouble because they found it. But 3 years ago, down there in Chehalis, the Chehalis River, we had flooding waters. It was this time of year, and it happens almost every year down there. Yeah. And those dikes down there, they're 80 years old, and they breach, and then they flood out the farmers. And, cattle cannot survive in water. If they get in water like that, they don't get to high ground. That's it. They'll lay down in it eventually, and they'll drown. So anyway, that's what happened. And so they brought in the National Guard with, the big, front end loaders and dump trucks, and they dug a mass grave for all these dairy cows and everything and buried them. And the Army Corps of Engineers was out there, trying to refit the dikes and stuff like that. And our governor, Jay Inslee, decides to go ahead and file for a disaster relief fund from the federal government. And somebody in the federal government said, don't you guys have your own department of disaster relief? You should have funding in there, because that's what I'm seeing right now. And they said, well, we'll call you back. Well, they found out what leaked out is that there wasn't any money in there. It was gone. And suddenly they found it. Suddenly. So, this whole thing with hiding money and putting it in like nonprofit organizations and stuff and people dipping off the interest and all this stuff, that's alive and well down in Olympia. That's the way that's what's going on with these Democrats. So there you go. So yeah, they want to keep pushing Washington State up there so that, we have all this crazy weather here and we have all this disaster stuff. So we need these, relief funds from the federal government. It's a bunch of crap.
Yeah. Cold-Hearted Bastards here. And DM Foss is here. Yeah, Skagit County floods out every year. Okay,
Yep.
it's normal. It's just you're in flatland. It's gonna happen.
It's below sea level. What do you think is going to happen?
It
Those are
happens every single year. Cedral Woolley gets flooded.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it's the floodplains. That's where all the water comes off the Cascades, and it's even worse down in Chehalis because they get it from the Cascades and they get it from the Olympic Mountains. All that snow runoff, it comes down there and gets in the Chehalis River, and next thing you know, man, it's like swim.
we had a public range, super cheap in Everett. I think it was $5. Anyway, there'd be a few months where it had a foot of water. Yeah. And you couldn't use it. You couldn't walk to the target. It's a foot of water, and it's just
the turnoff that you go on to Highway 2. You're up there past Everett, and then you take the turnoff to go to Highway 2, and then you got to go across that viaduct. That always floods out in there.
Where the range was on the way to Monroe.
Yeah. It always
the range was under that viaduct in the middle. Yeah. But it was fun. I love that range.
Yeah.
Everyone was funny.
It always does that. Yes. Yeah.
I think it was $10.
According to
Vanessa Kitty's here. I think it started off at $10 a year. It wasn't open every day. It was, and then it went to 20. And that was a no-brainer because it was fun. Everyone's friendly. You can volunteer to fix the berms and stuff. I like that range better than our expensive private range. So
I used to have to go to Machias every once in a while. I really like that range. You went out there, everything.
I was a member of Machias.
Oh, I mean, that place was cleaned up. The range shack was beautiful shape. I mean, the butts were wonderful. I mean, all the target stands and everything all worked just perfectly. They had a little shop there where they could work on all the stuff and build things for it, and they had a welder and all that stuff.
No one used it other than events, shooting matches. Yeah. So if you were a member, you just go on a weekday, skip the weekends, and no one's there. You got the whole place to yourself.
Yeah. Machias was nice.
And it was clean and flat and nice and fireplace, everything.
Well, there was no washing machines and shit like that laying around out there. That's what I don't like to see is you join a range and there's this pile of junk, that's laying out there, and it's like, man, what's going on here? A Kitsap Rifle Revolver was like that. You go out there and they had this big pile of old washing machines and dryers and appliances and an old car and it all piled together. It was like, why don't you just haul this stuff off as scrap metal? Get rid of it. Yeah,
it sounds more like a shooting pit to me.
Yeah.
Anyway, stuff floods. So,
how's everything going out there, guys? How's everything going out in the chat?
Vanessa Kitty's here. I forgot to say that. Sorry, Vanessa. Ugh.
So did you shoot the new toy?
The lever action AR. Yes.
Yeah.
Shot it yesterday. Loaded up some rounds. Me and the son shot it, and it was fun. It was really fun. Let me get rid of this Windows, whatever bullshit. It was fun. I'm glad I had an adjustable stock because the reach, you can just adjust your reach and then put your scope there, And it worked flawlessly with 20-round mags, 30-round mags. I didn't have any 10 rounds, I don't think. Anyway, worked flawless. And it was a lot of fun. And it's a super cheap way to get a good shooting,
I got a snake bullet for that, boy.
So No, I enjoyed it a lot. I will say, if you're gonna, I just got the receiver and the bolt, but you might as well pay the extra money, and for $300 you get the handguard, the barrel, and everything. And their barrels shoot pretty good. So, and you can get them at different calibers, 6.5 Creedmoor and all that stuff. So,
Yeah, the local gun stores here have mostly both ARs because they just can't, New York laws are killing them.
yeah. Well,
They can't even sell the Ruger PCC.
Yeah.
They can't even sell that.
That's
If you have a pistol permit, they can sell it to you. But guys that wanted them for, to have blinking guns, and they can't buy them.
Don't get me started.
Yeah, I know.
I thought it was really fun because you got an AR that's comfortable anyway, and then you got a bolt, and then you got high cap mags, and what's not to like? I mean, you could sit there forever without reloading on a bolt action. If you drop the mag and rack the bolts, it's just, and they drop right there. So I had a little box next to me. And they don't fling, so your brass is right there. I'm looking at my brass, I'm checking loads, and we just had a lot of fun. I had a can on it. My problem was scopes, and it's hilarious. I did a whole video on it, but it's too much rambling. But I was going through, junk scopes. I just want to see if it works and everything's fine. Headspace, all that. The headspace is perfect. The brass was perfect. The primer hits were dead center. You could not complain too much. You have to get used to the bolt because it doesn't lift up much. It's a short throw. So you got to get used to that. But my son loved it. I liked it. And it was fun. So
you could put your brass catcher on there.
No, because the bolt, you're using the bolt.
My bolt action rifle does fling it a little bit, so I mean it's not far, but I'm sitting at
this one, and when we were using it, it dropped right there. And I had a little box right there.
Okay.
And sometimes it dropped before the box. It just stayed on the table. If you had a towel, boom, they'd stay right there. They're not flinging around. I really enjoyed it, and the reason is we have a bunch of AR lowers with good triggers on them. I didn't even try it without the buffer spring because that makes it easier because you're pushing back on the buffer spring. I left it like that, and we didn't even bother. It was fun. We had a lot of fun. So what was hilarious is the scope issue. So I'm going through the cabinet on all these, because I don't know if I'm even going to like it, if it works, blah, blah, blah. And it worked. And so anyway, the first scope, I wanted a smaller scope because I don't like big scopes on ARs. And this is all in the video, which I'll probably never post. So I had a 1:7 on it, except for, the mount where they're all together like that. It would touch the cone of the scope. So I couldn't use that one. That one would have been okay. So I grabbed this huge 6x24 Conus, and I just put like 2 bolts on it just to see and go out in the backyard. And I thought, this is huge, but it's working, just to test the gun, see if it groups. And then I noticed there's no magnification. Some reason there was nothing. It wouldn't do anything. So I was taking that apart and looking at it, and so I grab another scope, and in the video I said I decided to use the most expensive, best scope out there, the Sonic King. So I put a 3x9 Sonic King that Kenny gave me because Optics Planet wanted him to demo some scopes. And so he gave it to me. Well, okay, I put that on. It's not too huge. It's actually not that bad clarity-wise. And so I have the Sonic King on there. And I go to sight it in, and it's dead on center. up means down. So don't follow the arrow, because if you go up, you're going down. So I had to deal with that. Then we finally got it sighted in. But I was making fun of that. And so that was our day. You know, we just wanted to shoot the damn thing, see if we get any kind of groups, impact, all that. We got Patriot Paul here. Rollis is here.
Well, with that, what's nice about that bolt, see, that's like my Mossberg gun. Okay, I shoot. Basically, you're at, you'd have to work your load. 8 to 10 grains are unique. With the zinc bullet behind it, so it's moving fast enough. Okay, but the low charge. That's what's nice about the bolt. You don't have to. It doesn't have to work in action. That's great.
Yeah, I didn't even try. I was using 1680 powder. I wanted to do some really super quiet rat farts with Trail Boss, but what happens?
Okay, well, now I got 2 bullets to send you. You're gonna love those in the.
I'm good. I'm so backed up, Andy.
I know, but I'm just my list. I'm making you a goodie box, like I told you. It's gonna eventually make its way to you. That's all. Okay, Okay. And again, I'm not. I know you're always worried that you got to reciprocate. I'm not worried about it. You know how much shit I've given people that I didn't even got to thank you for, so don't worry about it.
Well, what is with the satellite? Did I get covered in? Oh, jeez. Anyway, satellite TV's acting weird. I'm got the fight. Anyway, yeah, but don't worry about it right now, Andy.
I'm not worried about it. I have plenty loaded all the time, other than those bullets your 5.7. So those I just have made for you.
Okay, but I'm jumping around so bad that I need. I got to finish Texas 6 shooting his bullets. I got to put the scope on the Contender. I bought another one of those cheap scopes for the Contender, so because I robbed that and put it on a lever. I got another one on another, so I just stayed with those 2 power scopes, 2.5s, and then we'll see if the Sonic King holds up for another round. I didn't want to rob any off other rifles, but it's like a disaster. I'm trying to do this in 10 minutes, and I'm like, son of a bitch, this has no magnification. The ring won't work. I took the screw out. We're trying to figure it out. I said, hell with it. So anyway, that's the way it goes sometimes. Tin Man is back. Kyle is here. Hey, society. So,
don't you have a spare? I thought you had a spare like 2 to 7 that just kind of floats around from gun to gun to gun to gun.
I had a 7, but it wouldn't fit. You know the AR mounts that have 2 rings built in, right? And it would almost touch the cone of the scope out front, and I didn't want to do that.
Oh yeah.
Plus it's like rubberized or something. That makes it worse, So I didn't. Yeah.
I see your point.
I'll get now that I know it works. I'm going to see if it groups. If it groups, I either got to change barrels. Then I'll put a scope on it.
Yeah.
I'll get one of those decent scopes. All right.
Yeah, I think a 2 to 7 would be right at home for it.
Yeah, I like smaller scopes on ARs. But this one's a bolt. I figured, you can use 3x9, 3/16, 4-16 would be perfect. 24 is too much for me. I never use 24 power ever.
Yeah,
I just don't.
You're not bench rest shooting.
No, even
getting those higher powers like 36 power and 32 power and. That's for bench rest shooting, man. I'll tell you that my favorite is just a 6 power. Just a fixed 6 power or a 2 to 7. That's all I really want. I don't really like a lot of magnification.
Yep, I'm fine. I'm totally fine with 6 power. I even have a 3 power on one AR.
Yep.
And it is so clear because the less
Works
power.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And no, I'm totally fine with that. You just need a little bigger dots out there. Let's see. Yeah, Kyle likes the fixed 10. That's old school. Yep. Fixed 10 is what Heathcock and a bunch of other snipers after that used to use. Well, Heathcock was a little early, but I think he used the fixed. Yeah, so trying to catch up on the side here. So anyway, the bolt action in an AR was actually fun, and I do like it because if you got ARs, you can slap anything on there, leave the spring and buffer the weight. You just grab any of them and put it on there, as long as your stock is not fixed and you're not too far away from the scope that's on top. You're good to go. Yeah. So, and it's a cheap way to get a decent bolt action. It shoots. So
you can't complain about how much the rounds cost you, because you can crank out 1 million of them, in your garage. I mean, all the different styles and everything like that for the 300 blackout. I mean, that thing is cheap. Easy on, they're not really, like, you're not like burning up like 40 grains of powder a shot either, Small rifle primers,
No, you're using like
fast bullets, cheap, super cheap.
10 and change grains of 1680.
Yeah, it's about the same. It's about the same as reloading 38 special.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's about the same price if you're using cast bullets. That's cheap. Pistol ammo. Yeah. Pistol ammo prices.
But I did notice for people that have rules and stuff, they have those bolt action uppers and Bushmaster, Creedmoor. There's a few other ones. I don't have those dies. I'm not going to get into any more calibers. But hey, for $300, they're $299 for complete upper everything.
Mm-hmm. Can't beat it.
I was thinking I should have done that route because my handguard had a tab on it, and I had to cut that off because it doesn't fit the Bear Creek upper. It would be in the way. You can't turn it. It's not a reference. So I had to cut that. It's easier just to pay $299 and get a whole thing. That's my advice. So,
Jim, I turned one of my coworkers onto you. All I had to do was mention the P word, and he was all about it. And I said, "You need to check out this guy."
P word.
The P word.
What? P word.
Starts with PRI.
Lost me. I'm foof.
Okay, 3D.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
He was all about it. He checked out some of your stuff, and he was like, "That guy's nuts." I'm like, "Yeah, I love him."
Yeah, well, of course I'm nuts. If you saw the latest wig, yeah.
No, he watched several of your videos, and he's like, "Y'all are crazy." I'm like, "No, this is what we do every Saturday, man."
Well, if you saw the pink cold-hearted bastard wig, it doesn't get,
that was a little weird, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, a lot of people don't understand Uncle Jim, and they move on.
He thought it was great. He thought it was great. You picked up another subscriber, is all I can say.
It was fun for me. I think that was the most hilarious wigs and eyebrows I ever put on in my life. Oh,
I like how you were like, Pat, how can you eat through this? It's a challenge. Matter of fact, I need to trim mine up because I'm getting to where I'm eating more of my mustache than I am the burrito.
Yeah, I just trimmed up recently here. It's getting out of hand.
I can't stay on late tonight. I got to be back at work at 6 o'clock in the morning, which means I got to get up at 4:30.
How you liking work?
Oh, I love it. I love it. It's great.
Good. It's not far, so
I can just bang out everything, and I can be home at before 2 o'clock. Get there at 6 and get paid for 8 hours, and it's a good bit more money, and pick up a whole nother shift, and they pay 2/3 of my health insurance, and they got all kinds of benefits, and I'm good with it.
that's great, Kyle. I'm happy for you.
And I enjoy it. They do a 3% match on my 401k and all that stuff, so I'm getting back into that groove again. So
Michael is here. Hey, Michael, and it looks like Dr. Zink is trying to start something here. He's got his what was the singer's name?
Bowie.
No, yeah, Bowie. The other one, man, I went brain dead. Where's Uncle John tonight? He would know. Oh, jeez. Do I have to? Do we have to go there?
We can go there.
Okay.
What was one of the songs?
Tread is here. Rod Stewart. Rod Stewart is who I was thinking of. Thank you, Tread. He always knows what I'm talking about.
It's like he knows.
It's like he knows. Yeah, David Bowie or Rod Stewart, but that's a little more on the Stewart side, I guess. I don't know. It's flared out more. I don't know.
They both had about the same haircut.
Yeah, both would work.
Billy Idol.
No, Billy Idol is a little shorter hair than that.
Rod Stewart is Scottish, so I don't know if the Scotsman likes him.
I don't know. We'll have to ask him someday. Yeah. So, all right, I'm going to have a smoke and then I'll put a wig on. I'm 2 seconds away from any wig you want.
I guess that Rod Stewart is a big model railroad buff. He's got a huge warehouse someplace, and he'll go in there for like a month with his buddies when they run the model railroad or something. I was reading about it.
There's also a rock, that also was that. Was it Neil Young? I don't know. One of them was a big into the model trains.
Oh, Tread, they're 230 grain. It's the Elvis missile. Jim didn't like them, but they run great in my 8.5.
Yeah, 230s, 220, 220.
No, 230.
Okay, 230.
Yeah.
Hell, I sent you some.
I know. I still have a couple loaded up. I just take the can off when I shoot them. Just in case.
I don't think you'll have a problem with it. I don't understand. With my 8.5-inch barrel, I can drop them through the same hole at 50 yards. I don't know what your problem was with them. I mean, I understand you had your own concerns and stuff like that.
They have a reputation, and maybe it's dropping when they're casting because they're so long. Kind of like my Big Betties. You got to be careful. They have a reputation of hitting baffles in your suppressor. And you can ask a lot of people. Happened to Ozark, happened to me.
Really?
Oh, yeah. They hit and they go ding and sideways in the target. Yeah.
Didn't happen to me with my silencer co, so I don't know.
I know, but they do. That's the one cast bullet that has a reputation for a baffle hitter. killer, whatever.
I've got others. I got 220s, 200s, 180s.
Yeah, I'm gonna order. I think it's Arsenal, or it's either Arsenal or the other one. They have a copy of the Big Betties I use, and so I'm gonna maybe talk to him and find out if they copied it exactly, because they have several weights of the same damn bullet. Because I went to order some bullets and I said, wait, you can give a man a fish or you can teach a man to fish. And if you're casting your own bullets, you're saving huge. I can't believe how much they want for like 250 bullets. Yeah.
Well, that's the great thing about the 300 blackout, man. You can cast bullets and shoot those at full velocity. You don't need to buy jack bullets.
Nope.
Yeah. I have a 115. I have the Lee 155. What else I got in a mold? But I don't have the heavies. Okay, so I'm going to solve that real quick here.
I have a bunch. I think they're 180s and lead, all powder coated and sized up that I'm not going to use. But I didn't want to melt them down either.
You get on the cocktail.
So
Yeah, for quiet, I like 220 on up. You can do 200. You could use trail boss, but then you're wasting trail boss. But for regular powder, having a good thump, yeah. If you want a good thump and you're just under sonic and you want to smack something hard, I like the big ones because they're still quiet and thump. And that's where weight comes into the picture. Looking for a load for 245. What bullet? I would use 1680 or I'd use 300 black or whatever they call it. What is the black bottle I got? Black BLK.
Yeah, be okay.
Yeah.
2400 works, doesn't it?
And I like that. Well, yeah, but same with heavy pistol. Shooter's World.
296.
Well, 296 and H110, I use mid to light bullets.
That Shooter's World blackout is fantastic powder.
Yeah. Well, Shooter's World heavy pistol, you mean? Do they have a blackout?
Yes, they do.
Yeah, that I haven't tried.
About to say, I'm 10 foot away from it. I can go get it.
Yeah. I have to go up north to get Shooter's World stuff. There's a store up north, a couple hours away that carries it, but I got so much powder. I don't want a fire going on here.
Oh, where's your sense of adventure, Jim?
Yeah, tread. If you're running a semi-auto AR, I love 1680 for the heavy bullets. I love it. It just seems to shoot just a little bit better, but with the BLK, you can't really mess that up.
Actually, little gun works really well too.
Yeah, I'm just not a fan of little gun. It just burns so hot. I still got a jar of that. I'll use it in maximum. I have a couple of your bullets right now loaded from the Three Amigos. I found them, and they have little gun. They're loaded with little gun with your missiles. I loaded those up. When we do that 5-6 years ago?
Yeah, it's been a minute.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm stuffing my face with shrimp right now.
Oh, lucky you. But yeah, Tread, I like 1680 so much. I bought 4 more jugs of it. So I have 6 jugs. It's my go-to for the heavies. It'll cycle your AR, no problem. And it shoots good. It's a fast burning powder. As long as you're not using a leaf thrower, it throws really good.
At least 10 more.
Because it's fine. You don't want it leaking out of a leaf thrower.
Go get your son. Orzo creation.
Rollis is enjoying a piece of cake.
A bit more black pepper on it.
Mine's still hot. I'm just letting you know.
Yeah, the VMAX or the soft point. I have a bunch of soft point. Yeah, the 110 soft point, same kind of deal. But cast is so much cheaper than buying. Way easier to cast.
Yeah, we were talking in the training room the other day, and I was telling my new coworker, I said, I haven't bought factory ammo in probably 10 to 12 years, so I have no idea what it costs anymore.
I know 9mm still isn't $10 a box, so
95 for who just put it up there.
when they're on sale, you could get a 9mm for $10. It used to be $5 a box.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
I
but
still got some of the $5 a box. That Winchester white box.
it's coming down again though. Ammo's coming down. I see the deals in my emails and stuff. So.
Prime is coming down too.
Yep, I saw that.
Yeah, Trid, you can't go wrong with Hornady bullets as long as you get them cheap.
Somebody was selling primers for, I think it's Republic Ammo was selling them for, worked out about $33 a brick.
Mm.
And it was CGI.
Nine is super cheap to cast for. Bullets don't weigh much. Lets you go heavy like I do. It's just super cheap. Go out, dig the bullets up, melt them down again. I mean, what are you going to do? Do you know how many Easter eggs I got in the backyard right now? The snow melted and then it rained, and all that gold just sits at the top of the trail walking up there. Yeah, I got to waste my back one day and get a jar and hurt my back plucking.
Well, I wonder how a clamming rake would work.
Joe Roney.
Put a fine screen in it.
Yeah, I don't bother digging too much. There's spots though where I hit a lot, and that's where you rake a little because you see a trough, you know, and then
It's one of them little squeezy picker up things.
No, it's dirty, mucky. It's easier to just do the old rice paddy guy hurting his back. Yeah.
I can't tell you when the last time I bought
Yes.
loaded ammo,
Right, let me-
factory ammo. I can't tell you the last time I bought it.
Me too.
1980.
Yeah, me too. I think the only loaded ammo I've bought is just rounds for, my personal defense rounds. That's it.
No, I always use my, I bought jacketed bullets, whatever I wanted to carry. That's what I loaded to carry. That's it.
Yeah, I do buy, for what your life's worth, I do buy all of my hollow points are factory, and I do like HST ammo, especially 45. Oh my God.
Yes, sir.
HST is the stuff. So we've tested that a lot. And yeah, 38 special, $6 a box. Yeah, good luck with that. And
So
that's where
let me
casting.
kind of explain. Go ahead, Jim.
Well, I was going to say that's where casting is cheap. 38, 357, 44 mag versus factory ammo. You're going to save so much money.
Yeah, 45 ACP. There's another one.
Yeah.
When I bought my Henry 44 lever gun, I said, "You got a couple of boxes of cheap 44 mag, just so I can have some brass to reload?" And he said, "Son, there ain't no such thing as cheap 44 mag anymore." So he sold me some 44 specials. I thought after I paid that much money for a gun, they'd at least throw in a box, whatever.
So let me kind of share a little bit that I heard. Okay, this is just rumor. I was in one of the gun stores in Bremerton, actually the only gun store that just sells guns. And so I was in there in Modern Firearms, and they were talking, of course, about politics and stuff like that, and I was just kind of looking around. And one of the guys behind the counter says that the Trump administration is going through the sanctions that they had with Russia about importation. And one of them is really high on the list is ammunition and firearms, that they're going to lift sanctions and they're going to start bringing firearms and ammunition back into the United States made in Russia. So, tulip primers, all that stuff will start coming back in. And I'm going to tell you what, you're going to see primer prices are going to drop if that happens.
Good.
You watch.
Yeah, if that's true, that's going to be amazing for AK ammo and primers.
Yeah, and I wouldn't doubt, that since Putin and Trump are talking, they're businessmen, and I'm sure Trump has been listening to them, complain about the whole thing about the importation stuff. So, it might be a deal that they're working out over the, thing that was, going on in Ukraine and all that stuff. And, we'll ease up, you ease up, we'll all ease up, we'll all breathe a little bit easier, and we'll all get along nice and happy as business. Yep. So, yeah,
Well,
it might happen. It might not happen. I don't know. Again, this is just, what I heard at the gun counter. So, yeah, you're going to see if that happens. You watch what happens to ammo prices, and you watch what happens to primer prices, and just how much up the butt they had it up there in us all those 4 years.
It would be good
crap.
trade bartering with as far as putting 25%.
Yeah, he said something about that. He said something about the trade tariffs and stuff like that.
Even out the tariffs on the trade stuff, and I'll take primers for trade any day.
Yeah.
Primers are great.
Yeah, so ammo and people that have like the the 5.45 by 39 AKs, they'll be able to get that ammo again.
Yeah, they're the ones that are hurting.
Yeah, so there you go.
Nagant 5.4 ammo too.
Well,
Yep.
it sounded good to me, and it sounded real possible, that this might happen. And if it does, you're going to look at American manufacturers, and you're going to go out there with a brick and throw it through their windows. Say, you guys ripped us off all those years. Just out of bastards. Yeah, bastards.
Here's the thing.
They did it to us. They're the ones who did it to us. There was no shortage. There was no shortage. All this crap about, making components for the military, that never happened. The military, Lake City makes their own components. They buy the rights to make 4895. They buy the rights to make pistol, gunpowder and stuff. They don't have to buy it from anyone else because they don't rely on an outside source for that. That's our national defense. They can't.
They make their own brass. I mean,
they make their own brass. Yeah, turn it upside down. You see Lake City. The same way with their bullets. Just like the 168 grain bullet that was in the M855 match ammo. A lot of people said that was a Sierra bullet. No, it wasn't. That is a government contract bullet, and it's different. It's different than the Sierra. It is not a Sierra bullet. Sierra does not make bullets for the government. They don't. The government makes their own crap.
They mimic them, but they don't make them.
Oh, well, yeah, Sierra does, yeah.
We
Yeah.
got Broke Loader here. Good to see Broke Loader. Missing on the Broke Loader stuff. No videos from Broke Loader. Yeah, here's the other thing. The other side does not like Putin. So that tells you one thing, that Trump getting along with Putin is actually a good thing, because it's the opposite of what they want. Okay. Now, here's what just recently happened. Zelensky said he's not going to do any payback with minerals, and all the money that we sent Zelensky, it's gone. It's all forgotten. We're not paying you back. That's his recent thing. He just said. So I say, all right,
You're cut off.
live in it. Just let Russia take you down.
Yep. Have fun.
I say, hey, take him out, because Zelensky's a crooked bastard anyway. He sold half of the arms we gave to him. And where did all that money go? Into pockets, kickbacks, and him, and his pensions and all that. So if Zelensky wants to play this game and say, no, we're not paying the U.S. back, we're not giving you any mineral rights. He just recently said this, like within 24 hours. All I got to say is, okay, now you're going to live with it.
All right. Then we're going to quit talking to try to settle a peace, and y'all just deal with it. We're done. Have
You're
fun.
going to be Russia, and Europe and everyone else is going to be pissed off. But I say just let her go. We've done our time.
Mhm.
Especially now that we went and cut off all the funding for the NATO, to all those countries over there. I'm telling you, man, Canada, Australia, Western Europe, all those countries are all a house of cards. All of them, because they're socialists. They're socialists. All of them. All their money goes into social health and welfare programs. They don't spend anything on their military.
All I want to know is who's going to fund the transgender studies of Malaysian mosquitoes. I mean, if it's not us, who's it going to be?
Looks like Gunswatter has Makarovs and Tokarovs, unless he's got a CZ-52. Yeah, it's good to see surplus. I remember all that. The Russian surplus was awesome. My AK ammo is still from the surplus days.
Don't want to build up anybody's hopes, but that's what I heard, and I heard it on a gun counter, so you can take it for what it's worth. And those guys were talking politics, and you know how some of that stuff can get out of hand.
That could be
It
part.
might be wishful thinking.
Part of the
It does sound possible. It sounds plausible. It sounds plausible, though, with Trump in office. It does sound plausible. He wants to get along with the Russians. I'm sure that Putin is pissed off because we've cut him off in the past, and they want to straighten that out. They want to get trade going again, and they want to make some money. I mean, it's business. And another thing too, I guess that the Russians have been hurting on their funding because of the Democrats of their space program. Somehow or another, we're in it as a we kind of co-sponsor each other for like the space station or some crap like that.
Yeah.
And we cut them off is what happened. Is somehow or another we cut them off, and Trump is trying to get that reestablished too. So
Yeah, I don't think Russia is as evil as the left want to say it is.
well, I don't think the Russian people are. I think that there's probably evil people that are in the Russian government, but I don't know. It just, to me, I think if we can work something out and stage, we can work something out where we can stay out of each other's business, and let ourselves, run our governments and that sort of thing, and then cooperate when we can cooperate. I don't see why it shouldn't work. I mean, Trump made it work when he was in office the last time. I mean, he made it work. So
yeah, they're communist bastards, but we can get along. Okay, so we can get along. We're not going to be fighting each other. We're no threats of that. And
they're communist bastards, but they like capitalism. They like capitalism over there.
I fear China way worse than I fear Russia. They're cutting cables at the bottom of the ocean right now. that monitor subs and ships going by. Okay, they're cutting cables right now, so I fear China way more than I fear Russia, as far as trusting them goes.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Rollis,
Good evening, gentlemen.
I won.
Where?
Yeah, I use that term loosely. I'm in the process of downloading a bunch of videos from yesterday and today. So I got a bunch of raw stuff. I might just be able to turn it into something.
Yeah, I've been deleting more than uploading. Too much.
Well, before we get started in another topic, I'm going to bail out.
Oh, Andy.
You gonna go down, Andy?
It's 9 o'clock. I got a cleaning lady in the morning. She's here early, so I got to get my sleep.
He's got to pre-clean before the cleaning lady gets there.
I would have her wear that wig tomorrow.
I don't think so.
What is it, about 9 o'clock back there, Andy?
Yeah, it's like
Yeah,
5
yeah,
minutes to 9.
Yeah, 5 to 9. Yeah. See, it's only 6 o'clock here.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, I live on the East Coast.
All right,
Yeah.
thanks for
We
coming
can all
on.
mention the state.
Right.
Hey,
Andy, we love you, brother. Good night, man.
take care, everyone.
Yeah, see you later, Andy.
Thanks for coming on, Andy. We have Texas Sixes here. I wonder if he's back from his trip yet. All right. It looks like a lot of fun. He's been going out. Oh, Uncle John is here. Come straggling in late. Or he was just lurking. Okay, I wanted to ask you, Willis, on your bolt action AR, it's probably a different looking bolt and everything, right?
Yeah. The Unitah, if you can pull it out and like lay it next to a Remington 700 or a Winchester 70, and they don't look alike, but it looks more traditional than the one that you're putting together, because yours has the rotating bolt like an AR, like you were discussing.
Yeah. Okay, so you have the Uinta.
Yeah.
All right. Uinta Mountains up north here. Okay.
Yeah.
I was wondering, because I'm glad I put an adjustable stock on it, because I didn't like the long reach. So I just worked the stock in until where I liked the reach. But your bolt handle's different than mine. Okay.
Right. My problem is, and this is true with all ARs, it's just a little bit short on me especially when I'm trying to shoot, get down and get in a real tight group or get bench position to shoot really good groups. Whether it's even a A2 stock's a little bit short on me. So instead of being to just use the very tip of my finger, I actually have to wrap it around and get tight, tucked in there real deep. And so, ARs, I shoot them well, but when it comes to trying to get that perfect group, it's real hard on any kind of AR or AR derivative. Now, like yesterday and today, I was shooting my Remington 700, which this one's a 30-06, so it's a long, it's a long receiver and it's just a full-size gun. All day long, when I just a little bit of work and I was able to get it to print really nice groups. So it's just because it's longer, I can tuck into it better. And of course now my shoulder is hamburger meat for the last 2 days of shooting 30-06. Yeah. So that's the big thing. Shooting.
How tall are you? I got a long reach, but I'm only 5'10". I got gorilla arms, but I'm only 5'10".
I'm 6'1" and a half. I'm as round as I am tall, and there's a lot of soft, fluffy, mushy Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. But I don't think my arms are all that long, but I can't. Every time I buy a long sleeve shirt, unless I buy it 2 sizes too big, they always come to like here on me. So I guess I'm.
Yeah, that's probably your problem.
Yeah, like you. Just I get. Matter of fact, my Howa Mini Action, I had to put a recoil pad on it.
To lengthen it out,
Yeah,
spacer.
just get the length. Yeah, it's just 223, but even the Bell and Carlson stock is made to the same proportions as the rifle itself. So, like I said, I had to put the whatever they call it, the tamer, the recoil tamer. So just so that it fit just a little better. So, but yeah. But if I was shooting them, matter of fact, had me shooting the UP in 223, and she was really enjoying it. So and it fit her just fine.
Okay. So the Uinta doesn't have a rotating bolt?
No, it's just a fixed. It's 60. It's a 3-lug, 60-degree between each lug, and it's just it's more of a traditional style bolt.
Oh, okay, because I remember the old West Desert shooter was trying them out and all that. Mm-hmm. He's a little north of me, and then the company's a little more north. But I never really paid attention to how the bolt works in that. Okay.
Yeah. Give me a minute.
Well, that's okay. You don't have to show.
Okay. I got it out in the other room.
You can show a bolt, but not the whole rifle.
Yeah. But, well, yeah, I'll go get it. I'll just show it for you then. Hang on. Hey, baby.
Oh, let's get a smoke. Yeah. Anyway, I wonder if Texas 6 is home from his shooting trip with Penny. Looked like fun.
I didn't get a video notification on that.
Well, he's got 2 channels now. So one is his regular, and if you go back, you'll see where.
Well, the thing is, I'm subscribed to both, and I never get any notifications. I need to go.
You too. I've been getting them. He's been doing them every day.
I've been unsubscribed to him before several times.
It's bright out here. What's the sun doing out here? Anyway. Man, what has she got there? Let me click on this for a minute. Straight magazine. It's not a foul. What the hell was that? I'm going to have to ask him. What is John talking about? I got to pee. Is it the driveway or the gravel in the back?
Snow.
Sorry that took so long. But yeah, it's the. Here, hang on a second.
There we go.
But yeah, it's the more traditional. Well, it's a 3-lug instead of like
That's a 3-lug. Okay, so it's not an AR barrel. It's a 3-lug barrel.
Yeah.
Like the Ruger.
Right. Right. I'm not real familiar with the Ruger, but
it looks like a Ruger American Bolt to me.
Okay. I've never played with the Ruger Americans yet, so I'm certain some point in time I'll have one.
Okay, yeah, that's what it reminds me of, a Ruger American Bolt. So it's not like, okay, the neat thing that I liked about, and it's my first Bear Creek, it's AR compatible. So that actual bolt, you can take the gas rings on and replace it.
Right.
It's just the bolt body, the bolt group, and the receiver that's proprietary.
Okay. Yeah. The I like the style. I mean, the AR design, whether the AR-15, AR-10, AR-18, all three of those are, yeah, they're there was something going on after the Second World War from like 45, well, might as well say 35 actually, up until 75, 80 ish. There is so much creativity and so much stuff going on. The AR-15 design has been around for now, what?
It's still, it's still relevant. It's
And
my favorite feeling gun. It's easy for me to shoot.
I mean,
Just give me a 223 AR. I would say if I had to pick a rifle, it's semi-auto. That's my easiest one to group well with or shoot well with.
same thing with the what the hell is the one big bomber that we're still using? The
20 millimeter.
No, the bomber.
The 50? 50?
No, the aircraft. The
aircraft.
The stealth or the B-52 or
the 50 isn't it the B-52 that's been around since like the 50s.
yeah.
Oh, you're talking plane only. Okay.
And then they're saying that thing's going to be, it's going to go 100 years. They plan, right? They plan to run that to make it a 100-year plane. And then I think it's the F-16s, aren't they? Just been in continuous production since the early 80s.
I think we're using B-52s over on the east right now on the Houthis or somebody. Anyway.
No, they're running F-16s and F-18s because they have much better radar capability for the surface-to-air missiles because they've been shooting the shit out of some surface-to-air missiles and then rebuilding the shit out of them.
I saw where they were sending some B-52s somewhere, some scrump country that can't, I don't know.
They're just staging them.
All right.
Of course, they won't tell you where they're going, but they're just staging them, which they can make it from Kansas all the way over there and back on half tank fuel, so ain't no big deal.
I'm going to tell you what, as far as the taxpayers' expense into the military programs, we have got our money's worth out of the B-52. We're getting up there around 75 years we've been using that airplane.
Yep.
75 years we've been using that aircraft. And
we've had to rebuild them like 10 times, but it's still worth it.
Mm-hmm.
They chopped a bunch of them up, believe it or not. After the Cold War, down there, they chopped a bunch of them up.
Yeah, they're all out in Nevada or Arizona.
They got like I said, they got this great big guillotine. They just drop on them and chop them up. Yeah, but they chopped up a whole bunch of B-52s. So
I remember when they were trying to do away with the AC-130, the Warthog, the Thunderbolt, whatever you want to call it. And they were trying to do away with it. And the commandant for the Marine Corps went to the Navy and said, "How many you got? I'll take every damn one of them. You ain't scrapping shit."
I'll tell you one thing. That's another thing too. The Navy does possess an awful lot of aircraft.
Yeah.
I mean, all those, we got 20 aircraft carriers. Each one of them has about a complement of 300 aircraft. Helicopters, jet fighters, reconnaissance planes, you name it.
Then you got the Magic Dragon riding around with a 40 millimeter howitzer hanging out the side of it. Like, Jesus.
One aircraft carrier has about the same complement of aircraft that the whole country of Canada has.
Right.
That's pretty crazy.
And twice the ability to provide essential resources.
Yeah.
I mean, they'll anchor an aircraft carrier off the coast of some island that just got devastated by a hurricane, and they're supplying all the electricity, all the clean water, all the septic service, everything, all the food, all that stuff. And it's not even bothering the aircraft carrier. It's not even putting a drain on it at all. It's a floating city, man. It can power and plumb anything that it wants to. All you got to do is just turn the switch on.
Yeah, Rollis, I saw the Straight magazine, but I can't put a handle on what gun that is.
That a couple weeks ago, we were talking about the AR-180 and the Irish chick.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's an AR. I forget which one's the full auto and which one's the semi-auto, but
Well,
that's
it's
AR 18/180.
okay. All right.
The story goes that she got in a gunfight with the English soldiers after her fiance got shot, and she got killed. And the English were so impressed by her. I call it bullshit. I just say it's a IRA.
Operative.
Yeah, just a picture, but yeah. So it's been a long day, guys. So I'm gonna be a little. Anyways, but yeah, had the niece shooting the BRN 180. But she liked it a lot better because it's shorter for her. Yeah, she's like 5 foot nothing. So, but she liked it. That's another one I have trouble. I can shoot it offhand pretty decent, but if I try to get down and start making, doing a development or something, it just feels like I'm using a cricket.
Yeah, it must be your reach or something. Yeah, because those are so easy to shoot.
It's a great gun to shoot. I have a nice trigger now. I have a nice trigger in it and everything. It's just a little bit, the particular stock I have on is just a little bit short. So,
yeah, you just need an extension.
Yeah. And so, but I mean, I like the fact that I can collapse it and everything, and it's small, and it's hell. If I have a collapse, if I'm wearing like a trench coat or even just a long coat, I can just stick it literally, in a shoulder holster practically. So,
Well, you guys were talking planes. There's a P-38 in the background from Richard Bong, who took out 40 zeros, okay? And then they wanted to retire him because they didn't want to lose their ace. Their aces of all aces, he still wanted to fight. And they wanted to take him out. They're like, no, we don't want to risk anyone shooting you down. So he had his wife on the plane, and he has zero markers here every hit, and he's got them on both sides of the plane. And he ended at 40, which smoked the record. And I don't think anyone's going to break that record. I don't know. 40 zeros? I don't know. So, and at first I thought it was a gangly plane. It had two props. It had two things going down the side to the tails and cables. And I was like, that's kind of gangly. No, at the time, that was the fastest airplane. And they smoked the Japanese with that.
And it could damn near outmaneuver the Zero. The Zero could outmaneuver it, but the P-38 was faster.
It was faster and it'd wipe them out. However, it was not good in cold climates. And that's why it was in the Pacific and not up in Germany and all the north where it's cold. It didn't run right in the cold. Weird.
They didn't have a flat blade screwdriver to adjust the set screw on the car.
No, for some reason it would gag up in Europe where it got cold. So they kept it in the Pacific, and they wiped out the Japanese with that. So, yeah.
I watched a recent documentary And what you were saying about aces, say what you want about George Bush Jr.
Bush?
He actually honored bombers that shot down more than 5 aircraft. He actually named that bomber group for that one aircraft. They were aces for shooting down 5 aircraft during the occupation, bombing of Germany. And because they were pissed off about it because they wouldn't honor them as aces. They said, no, that's for fighter aircraft. You guys are bombers. You're supposed to be shooting at whoever's attacking you. So it's a fighter thing. And so that was something that was kind of like I don't know, a chip on their shoulder for a long time. And George Bush Jr. He turned around and honored them. Said, no, they deserve it. They shot down aircraft, and they should get the credit for it. And they should be aces, and that's just the way it is. So I thought that was pretty cool of him,
Yeah, unlike Biden, where he made up stories. Biden made up stories about his family and everything. But I believe Bush actually had to bail out once, didn't he? Didn't he?
It was George Senior did.
I was about to say old Bush.
But George Jr. Yeah, George Jr. honored those aces. So that was pretty
George
cool.
Senior was actually the pilot, and I think he had to bail once. But then you had Biden making up stories about his relatives, and then you find out, no, this guy wasn't a fighter. He was more reconnaissance, or I forget what the term was. Typical. Yeah.
Who cares about that guy? I'm just glad he's gone. Him and his
Then you had
ministry.
John McCain try to sink his own aircraft carrier.
Yeah, I know, it's a cluster. And then you got Longface, what's his name, on the PT boat? Why the long face, John Kerry? Anyway, Democrats. Yeah.
I mean, there's so many steps you have to go through to fire a missile from an airplane. First, you have to release the safeties. You have to arm it. You have to say, are you sure? And then you have to get locked, and then you fire. And he did all that shit on the landing deck.
Well, nowadays it's a lot easier because in computers you just lock in. But back in the old days, you had skill. You had a lot of skill. And Mr. Bong was the most skillful guy of his era. Yeah, he loved it. Yeah.
The first time I read about that story, I was like, how can anybody be so stupid and be in Congress for 60 years?
Yeah.
And then I went, never mind.
Yeah, there you go. Anyway, I'll be right back. Okay, I got to go upstairs for a minute.
Don't threaten us.
Kyle?
Sir.
Okay, so I worked ordnance for a long time and explosive certified and the whole bit. The thing that happened to John McClain's plane was that the ordnance people were loading the planes, and they were in a hurry, and they went out there and they were loading the planes, and they did not make safe practice about ESD, which is electrostatic discharge.
Mm-hmm.
And there's squibs that are on those rockets and missiles and stuff like that. And they're susceptible to radio transmission, right? And one of the things that they had on the aircraft carriers, they had that radar cranked all the way up. I mean, because they were getting ready to take off. And that's what happened, is that they had an ESD incident. It fired the missile. The missile went across the deck, and then it hit another aircraft that was fully loaded, and it blew up. And then the next thing you know, all of its fuel is going all over the place, and it spreads to the next aircraft and the next aircraft. And the next thing you know, I mean, you got holy hell on top of, the flight deck. So that's what happened with that. He didn't fire that. That was an accident of poor safety practices on the crew that were loading those bombs and ordnance onto those planes, because they had bombs actually down on the catwalk, just sitting on carts, ready to take them up on the elevator to start loading on the aircraft. And they weren't supposed to do that. They weren't supposed to have them out there. That's why all that stuff started blowing up, because they had all that ordnance just laying around out there. And then the fire got out of hand. So it was the weapons officer. He's the guy who's supposed to be in charge of all that stuff. And as far as I'm concerned, he's the one who wouldn't drop the ball on that. And he's the one who should share the blame. And then it should go right up to the command up on the captain's level.
I'm going to have to do a little bit of research on that, because from what I've seen and read, it didn't really go down that way, but I can understand where you're coming from. I can see where that could happen.
No, that's the official thing. That was all in our school. That was all in our school. That very incident, they showed all the evidence and everything that pointed to that. I'm telling you, that's truth. That's the truth about what happened on that aircraft with John McCain. Now, I don't really care for John McCain. I think that he's sly. He's a snake, and he'll lie to get what he wants. He said he was tortured by the Vietnamese when he was shot down, and then he turned right around and had to go over there and tell everybody in the press and everything he was never tortured. Then why did you say you were tortured? Why should we believe anything that you say from now on?
He's a super rhino.
Yeah. You should be flogged. You should be flogged for even associating yourself with the American flag as an officer.
You should be caned, tarred, and feathered.
No, he should be. He actually should be court-martialed.
No, I'd rather him be caned, tarred, and feathered. Court-martial just ruins your reputation. Maybe it puts you in prison.
Is where he should be.
It's always like that. What's his name in Minnesota? Tampon Tim. He claimed, this and that, and then they found out, nope, that wasn't true. All of them on that side embellish, where the other ones are quiet about their, their military background. They don't have.
Yeah, stolen valor is a huge thing that goes on everywhere. Like when you go into Walmart, you see some guy sitting there in a freaking, in a wheelchair.
The badges, everything. Yeah.
It says Vietnam vet on his hat. And the guy's like 40 years old. You're 40 years old. You weren't old enough to be in Vietnam, you idiot. Yep.
Anyway,
stolen valor.
Fred, I'll look into
liars, dirty, rotten, stinking liars.
Yeah,
I
can't stand stolen valor. I can't.
Yeah, I can't stand it either. It just makes me sick.
Yeah,
liars.
The guys that really did it, it's not fair to them, their families, and everything they've been through. And then they try and make money off it, and that's bad. And they have these stories, that don't match up with actual.
Well, how many people say that they were in the military when they never, ever were? They were never in the military at all. They might have been in the Boy Scouts, but they never were in the military. You ask them, hey, why don't you show us your DD-214, or, you should be able to do that through the VA, or, you should get some sort of benefit from that being a veteran. And they're all like, oh, yeah, well, I can't find my DD-214. Well, you call the Veterans Administration and they'll send you one. All you got to do is just give them your last duty station and your social security number, and they'll send you a brand new one. Now, imagine that. If you file your taxes, you can get another DD-214. I'm sorry.
The biggest excuse is they lost it in the government fire. However, their age does not match the time they served, because the fire happened at different times before they served. So how does that happen? Boom, easy. Anyway, let's see. Jake is here. Tin Man is back. Yeah. The biggest excuse is the fire. Losing their records. No. They didn't even serve then. They're too young. The fire happened before they were even 18. Anyway, It's pretty easy to pick them apart.
Yeah, it's not like it was back in 1940s when you could get away with being 14 years old and bluff your way in.
Yeah, well, my dad was 16, and his mom signed him in when he went in the Air Force, and a lot of people did that, 16 years old, just so they had a job. You know, times were tough and everything,
Right.
and that's what my dad did. They were poor, and my grandmother signed him in, said he was 18, and he had a baby face. So I have pictures of him, and it's like, how in the hell did they let you in? You look like a baby. My dad had a baby face, okay? He never looked his age. Yeah, he always looked 10 years younger. So, yeah, but he did it because he was poor and he was in trouble. He had two choices. You go into the military, you're going to jail, all right? He's just trying to survive. All right. And it straightened his ass out, and it was perfect ever since. Yeah. Hardest working dude I ever met.
That's one thing the military will do. It'll straighten your ass out. You can go in there sideways as hell, and you'll come out straight as an arrow.
One thing about my dad was he always cared about his family and make sure that they had food on the table and everything after that. Always. That was number one.
God, what is up with all these damn notifications?
Yeah, see, yeah, I don't regret not enlisting. I just don't. I don't like to be told what to do every morning, and no, it never appealed to me.
You get over it in about 8 hours.
Hey, I was in the draft. We had to be in the draft. I was in it. There was no war. When I was 18, we had to sign in the draft. I did that. If there was a war, yeah, I would go. Of course. If it was like World War II, hell yeah. You know, defend your country. But as far as just volunteering and doing it, never appealed to me. I hate to say that. I hate to say it, but no, it didn't appeal to me at all.
My youngest son told me he wasn't going to fill out the registry form for the draft when he turned 18. And I'm like, okay, you go ahead and just don't do that and see what happens to you.
Yeah, no. You do that in case the crap hits the fan. Of course, if there was a war, of course I would go. I love gun stuff and everything, and I don't mind. I looked at it. If you go to war, you're dead. I figured you're already dead, so you might as well just put your paint on and your war paint on and go for it. You're dead. You're not coming back.
Might as well get the adrenaline rush. I mean, shit, they're paying for it.
Yeah. No, that's how I look at it, though. You're dead. So luckily, I didn't have to go through it. My dad was in between wars, so he didn't have to. But he probably would have kicked ass.
My dad was right
He's
there in the
crazy.
height of Vietnam, and he was in the Air Force. And I was talking to him about it one day. He goes, "Yeah, I was in the Air Force during Vietnam. I was stationed in Denver. I flew a desk." He said, "But we did such a good job of keeping the Viet Cong out of Denver. They still haven't found any of it." I was like,
you know that all the desk jobs and everything in the military, they don't get any credit, all that. But they had a useful job. They might have had some intelligence in there that saved people's butts. So it's like fighting. It's just you're not getting shot.
right.
But they did have a purpose. So you can't I don't take anything away. I don't care if they're a desk job, whatever. They all served, and I respect them for it.
My dad's best friend stayed in the Air Force, and eventually he was forcefully retired from the Air Force. And so he got a job as a civilian contractor for the Air Force, and they stationed him back at the same base. and all that. And he walks in for his first day as a civilian, and they're scraping his name off the door. And that's supposed to be his office. He goes, just leave that name right there. What are you talking about? That's me. And he shows his ID and all that. And he goes, just leave that name right there. And he goes and sits down. He calls my dad and he goes, you ain't going to believe this. I'm making twice the money I was in the Air Force. I'm still getting my retirement pension. And I'm doing the exact same job, sitting in the exact same chair. I was like, good God.
Well, I live close to Jacksonville, and I hear guys literally say that all the time. They retire out, they go in as civilian contractors, and they make even more money. And so it's being Jacksonville. I mean, there's like a dozen Navy bases, the air bases and stuff.
Right. Yeah.
So hell, I'm 5 miles away from Camp Landing, so which is kind of more of a reserve base now, if I understand right. But anyways, every once in a while when we were living when we were living in Jacksonville, we lived so close to Naval Air Station Jacks, like 3 o'clock in the morning, all of a sudden you hear jets going over top the apartment. And I mean, literally the house is shaking. It's like, we might be dying tonight, honey. Yeah. The big one might, because we live so close. We would be air pollution before the flash was over.
Right.
So it was just like, now we're at, we'll just get to burn really well.
Well, it's like Dobbins down here just south of me. You know where that is.
Yeah.
That's where he was stationed at. And he shows up to work and he's like, just leave the name there. Yeah. But it was crazy. And I used to work right down there next to Dobbins. And all of a sudden the shop would start shaking, all this stuff. And you'd see C-17s and C-130s and stealth bombers and, all this stuff taking off. And you're like, what's going on? And they're just leaving. That's it.
They're just leaving really quickly.
Yes. I mean, your wrenches are falling off your table into the floor. Like, good God.
So, yeah, I mean, when they say that there's stuff that goes on that we'll never know about, yeah, I believe it. Yeah, so
Believe me, there's stuff that goes on that you don't know anything about when it comes to the military. I know that for a fact.
There's a lot of stuff that goes on that
I know it for a fact.
either A, I don't want to know about, or B, I wish I didn't know about.
right.
The CIA.
Actually, it's none of my business what's going on. It really isn't. It's none of my business what's going on, or what that is, or what that looks like, or what this does over here. It's none of my
All I
business.
know is follow your last order.
Unless I have a particular interest in it and it's part of my job in order to maintenance it, fix it, replace it, do whatever, it's none of my business what it is.
Yep.
Hey, the CIA alone will cluster your brain, okay? What they do. So, yeah. And how they screw up everything.
I think it's about to come out what the CIA does.
Not all of it. You'll never see all of it. Overthrowing country leaders, all that stuff. CIA is bad mojo.
Well, most of the people that were involved in 90% of the, I guess you could call them conspiracy theories, which over time have been proven true. Most of those people are dead, involved in them, which I think is why the JFK files are starting to slowly come out, because nobody alive, except for their extended family, would be involved in it at all. So, I mean, who knows? The less I know, the better. Just point me towards danger and tell me who to shoot.
Yeah. The question is, how much redaction are they? Yeah, well, we gave you everything. Yeah, it's just a black.
They
piece of paper.
Yeah, they actually
Give me a black piece of construction paper. That's what you gave me.
No, they actually didn't redact a lot. So, but they can't throw it all at once because there's so much of it. So they're feeding it out just like DB Cooper. Every so many months, you get more and more. But no, as far as JFK, it's more on the interaction stuff that was going on than it is who did it. Okay, so that's all you're going to find out. And the CIA was all over the place.
Well, they've got video showing Lee Harvey Oswald within 20 feet of the limousine, which proves he was not the shooter. And NBC has had that film for what, 60 years?
Well, you know that limo, it got stripped fast and remodeled. You know that? Fast.
Yeah.
Immediately. Just like the guy on the roof that shot at Trump. He got taken care of fast and bombed or burned and all that, burned to ashes. So that's what happened.
He got cremated before they even knew his name.
Yeah, well, the limo got cremated too. It got totally remodeled right away.
Yeah, it was a brand new car in 2 days.
But there's doctors out there that'll tell you on the head wound. Okay,
so that
they've
doesn't
already
concern me whatsoever.
They've already testified on the head wound, and it came from the front.
Yes.
It wasn't the same damn bullet either. It was faster.
Because it was damn near point blank.
Oop, where's my lights?
They're probably above your head, Jim.
No, light switch. Powder coat oven. There we go. Anyway.
Turn the powder coat oven and just abide by the glow.
Well, I feel the powder coat oven, then I go over to the switch. Anyway.
That's how I navigate my back porch, too.
Yeah, the magic bullet theory. Man, anyone that shoots at stuff knows exactly what happened there. Gosh. Anyway, that's
That's a rabbit hole for another night.
Yeah, Oswald didn't have a lawyer, and he didn't even know what they're accusing him of. He's like, what? Yeah.
And the next thing you know, he's dead. Weird.
Yeah.
Dead men tell no tales.
They made him look like he's dumb and he was communist and all that. No, he was a counter agent. Okay, so no, he wasn't stupid. No. Anyone that looks into it deep will find out, and it's pretty quick. Just go to the deputy sheriff that was in that room when they first got there, and they tried to bomb his car, tried to kill him like 3 times, and eventually he committed suicide with 2 bullet wounds. Okay, then. All right. Yeah, with a rifle? No.
I only caught a small part of it the other night on Coast to Coast. There's this guy, he's been on there several times, and I guess he's like 80 years old, and he's in love with one of the women who were killed, killed because of this. But somebody was bringing up that sheriff, or that deputy, I should say, and
and he was a straight up dude.
Yeah. And this one guy who's supposed to be an expert on the Kennedy thing, he apparently a lot, because I never heard about that till literally last week when you were talking about it.
Oh, yeah. No, you look into just his testimony, and it's on YouTube. You can see his interviews. That's a straight up dude that had nothing to gain from any of this. He's telling it. His captain put him on leave or whatever, and there was a car bomb in his car and all this stuff. If you guys, what's his name? Son of a bitch. That guy's a hero. And he died because he told the truth, what he saw in that room.
I'll tell you how. I'll tell you how deep the CIA is involved with things. Back before the fall of the Berlin Wall, and then the crumbling apart of the Soviet Union, and before they became the Russian Federation. I don't know, guys. I don't know if you guys remember this, but right before the wall was taken down, they were having a coup, and the Kremlin was prepared for it, and they knew it was coming. And you know what? Guess who tipped them off? The CIA. They got a hold of the Kremlin and said, "Hey, you guys are about ready to have a coup. What's going on over there?" And so they went and stepped up all their security before that happened. That's how deep the CIA is involved in shit, man. They tipped off the Russians. Hey, you're about ready to get overthrown. It's this guy and this guy and this guy. And sure enough, that's who they were. That's awesome, man. They know more about what's going on with your government than you do. That's awesome.
Mrs. Tin Man is here, so we're rocking. Mrs. Tin Man, I got a question for you. Did you like the pink wig video? Because I know you like Goofball Jim and created stuff. Just a question. Just asking. And I know you like TikTok, so I badmouth TikTok in the video. I'm sorry.
Excuse me, gentlemen.
No, John, it's how about those Braves? That's what Kyle says.
How about those Braves?
Yeah, not the Mets. Mets. Cat. Anyway.
Well, we yanked the cover off the pool today.
Oh.
Just in time for pollen season.
Yeah, tell me about it.
So, Jim, let me just touch you in on something. They consider 500 a high, extremely high, dangerous pollen count, right?
I have no idea.
Well, they do. Guess what the pollen count today was?
7.
1480.
Oh my God.
And it's not even in full swing yet.
When I was up in that area a couple weeks ago when the dogwoods just first started to bloom,
Yeah.
I couldn't breathe. Just I was constantly running. My eyes were, that was about the worst hay fever.
You walk outside after you take a shower. You just want a nice, good, clean breath of fresh air. Let the dogs out. Let them take a shit in the backyard. You take a deep breath, and you're coughing for 45 minutes, and you can't see because you're crying.
Yeah.
Hey, Kurt.
Wow.
Hey, dude.
What's up?
Hey, man. What's up?
Tin Man in the house.
What's
Man
going
in
on?
the house.
Michael, we talked about the bolt action earlier in the chat. So if you go back like 30 minutes from the beginning, I like it. It's cool. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Video, never posted it. I have it on my phone. I was going to do it last night, and I was like, nah, too much rambling. Don't load it. It's loaded, but no.
Just load the damn thing. If it gets too rambly, we can fast forward through it.
No.
I ramble all the time. I mean, I literally go, I still put the fucking things up there.
Hey, I got proof it's on here, but it's on my KleinMaster right now.
Talking about, have you guys been having trouble with? It's not even older videos, but on your, I do a lot. I get everything stored on the computer, whether or not it's on the phone. I always back it up on the computer. But I've been getting more and more messages where they can no longer play it. Saying it's either corrupt or just an old, it's like, yeah. So I don't know how to even get around to recovering this stuff.
I don't know. YouTube has changed so much stuff. I don't even know how to upload a video anymore.
Well, wait, you're talking about editing?
Well, no, I'm just talking about like, I have like 4 hard drive, external hard drives, but even on the computer, on stuff that I've downloaded onto the computer for storage, for later editing, or just do slideshows or whatever. And I've been just, I've been getting a disturbing number of videos where it just says that it's either corrupt, and even though I might have played it 2 or 3 weeks earlier, it's not even old, all that old, or the particular player, the app, it's an older app, and just it's not. I'm losing stuff is what I'm getting concerned about.
Okay, what app are you using?
Well, I'm using. Let's see. On right now, I'm using the Photos Legacy, but also it was both with Legacy and then the newest update that Windows did. But this has been going on for about a year now. It's like all the video players are they're not playing some of these videos, and it's only a few, but it's still starting to bother me because there are some videos on there that I don't want to have disappear on me or not be able to access anymore. They'll still be on the hard drive, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I just use the phone, so I don't know.
And then
Maybe
put that out.
I don't know. You're reboot your app or something. I don't know.
Well, I reboot the computer all the time, and it'll be shut down. I don't leave it run, so it shouldn't. When I leave the house, Susan very rarely uses the computer, and she normally doesn't even turn on all the external hard drives. But yeah, this is whether it's on the actual computer or on the externals. I'm starting to get a disturbing number of videos that are just no longer playable.
Rollis, let me give you the typical mechanic instructions. Disconnect the battery and wait 1 minute and hook it back up.
Maybe I just need to go in there and unplug everything and just like I said, but nothing else. It won't hurt.
That's almost a smoke detector, but that's a bird, right? Who is that, Kyle? Who's?
I think it's little midget frogs.
Oh, those are frogs. Sound
I
like
think
birds.
so. I'm waiting on the big boys. We got the pool uncovered. I'm waiting on the big boys to come play.
It's like a pissed off smoke detector.
Yeah, it's really pissed off now.
Yeah, that's crazy about your polling, though. That's weird.
Oh, it's stupid. And Jim, if you were on Instagram, I'd send you a video that would make you gag.
I do have an Instagram account. I haven't been there for months and months, maybe 6 months. I can't get around Instagram. I don't know what it is.
Yes, Uncle John, I'll take an invite. Hell, there's only 9 guitars, 2 ukuleles, and a mandolin sitting in my living room, and that's not counting what I have in the basement and the bedroom.
Uncle John's trying to train his fingers again.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I don't have the dedication. So I got virgin fingers, not gonna touch a guitar ever, never, never.
I used to make my child support playing band gigs on Friday and Saturday nights.
Yeah, you got to have the dedication.
Then I started spending more and more time with my kids, and it just kind of got away from me. I'm trying to get it back little by little.
Are you sure those are frogs? Wow.
Well, that's what I've been told.
Hmm. Yeah, the weird thing about guitar is your brain remembers stuff, but your fingers do not want to cooperate.
Right. I know exactly what note I want to play and where on the neck I want to play it, but it just doesn't work out.
No.
Hey, Kyle, you got a bunch of bugs in your house?
No, they're in the backyard.
Huh. Figure
They're-
with all
they're-
those frogs and all that other stuff, and living down there in Georgia, man, you'd have like your house would be infested with like bugs, spiders.
No,
and
I've got two
cockroaches and
German
all kinds of other
shepherds
stuff.
that they run pest control for me. There's not a fly safe in Georgia if it comes in this house. Gunner will jump across the kitchen table to get one.
That's why I tell people leave the lizards and the frogs alone, because they eat all the bugs that would come creeping into the house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had a cat that would do that. I had a cat, man. He would be just sitting there doing his thing, and I'd say, "Do you see the bug?" I'd look at him. I'd say, "Do you see the bug?" And he would start looking over on the walls and stuff, because he knew that I was talking about flies, man. He would definitely clean up some flies. I'll tell you that. It must taste good. I don't know.
I got a screened-in back porch, and these dumbass wasps and stuff will find their way in and just crawl on the screens trying to find their way out. And the dogs will come out here and start getting a little happy with them and try to eat them. And Baloo got a hold of a red wasp a couple of years ago. She hadn't done it since, and it stung her on her outer lip, her flap, and her face swelled up and all that. And I'm like, oh, that'll teach you to dick with them jalapeno sky nachos.
Well, down there, you guys can get the chiggers, can't you?
Don't even talk about that. No bad, no. Mm-mm.
Okay, here's the funny story. It happened last night. I usually can't sleep, so I'm watching a movie or whatever on my iPad in bed. And so it's like 2 a.m. My wife's asleep, cats are asleep. Minnie is right next to me. She didn't do crap about the situation. Anyway, so I'm looking at the iPad, and all of a sudden a spider goes crawling around the iPad because it's lit up, and it's going back and forth, back and forth. So I hit the side lamp and light up the whole room, wake up my wife, and she's like, "What's going on?" I'm like, "Spider in the bed!" And so I grabbed the first thing I could grab was my cell phone, and I'm smacking the mattress like, "You son of a bitch!" And I didn't get him, and I'm like, "Ah." So I wake up the wife and everything, so I turn the lamp back off. And of course, I can't sleep because I know that son of a bitch is going to crawl right across my face.
It's not just going to crawl across your face; it's going to crawl into your mouth.
Yes.
And that's why I couldn't sleep last night. Frickin' spider. The good news is we don't get like big recluse spiders here. We have one size spider. They were the same kind in Iraq. The little bastards, and they're ugly as hell. And so, yeah, that was my night. I was up till 4 a.m. Watching a movie, and I kept the screen away from me. And I looked at Minnie. I'm like, Minnie, why didn't you eat that thing?
That's funny. That's when I got up this morning, Jim.
Well, I was up all night because of that damn spider.
All right, Uncle John, are you ready? I can show you a few of them. Want to make sure you're still here.
Unhinged with Russell Crowe. Unhinged. That sounds familiar. Anyway, yeah, I watch movies at night because I can't sleep half the time. So, but the fucking spider was like all over my screen because it was lit. Yeah, scary.
You know,
He was waiting for you to go to sleep so he could crawl in your mouth.
Now, will you guys quit saying that?
the weirdest thing that ever happened to me was that
The spider
was
crawled
working-
in your mouth.
no, I was working with a guy named Bill Fowler, and we sat down for lunch, and we got our sandwich out and our coffee and everything. We're sitting there at the lunch table, and we're talking about something. I don't know what it is. And out of the corner of my eye, I see this thing move, and I look down, and Bill looks down at the same time because he's seen the same thing. And this rat, he's calico, and he just looks up at us, and we're looking at him. And he looks to the left and he looks to the right. And he just takes off. And I was like, was that just a rat? And Bill's like, yeah, you don't see that every day. He looked good enough to be in a pet shop, That was crazy, man. Yeah.
Kyle's got a few.
I knew we had
guitars and a
rats.
piano.
How many ovations do you have back there?
3 ovations, a Laramie, a couple of ukuleles, a Les Paul.
You got a 12 string in there?
I got one in the basement. Neat strings. Here's the wall of doom. I don't know if you can see it. Let's get over here.
I love 12 string. I used to have a 12 string. It was so awesome sounding.
There we go. And there's a couple of amps down there on the floor. Lighting's not too good right here.
Are those vintage amps with the tubes?
The one I replaced Marshall with Hemi is.
How do you replace a Marshall amp, you bastard?
No, it's still a Marshall amp. I just had a Hemi badge off a Dodge truck, and I put on there just.
Oh, okay. You didn't replace the guts. Okay, good boy.
No.
Good boy. Good boy.
There's a Fender over there. There's a Marshall over there. Actually, there's a couple of Fenders over there.
Back probably, maybe it was 89, maybe 90. I'm at my cousin's house and we're all sitting around drinking and stuff. And
say it ain't so.
Yeah, no, believe it or not. So I was about halfway in the bag and they all tackled me and threw me down on the floor, and 4 of them just, each one had a leg and an arm. They took a hammer. They swore that if I ever touched another musical instrument in my life, they would crush my hands. And then they got up and they left. So that was about.
Yeah, I get it. I used to play guitar out of town when we were working out of town. And the guys probably could have taken a hammer to me. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
Me and one of my sons get together and play every now and then. I play around with some of my friends and all that, but I'm nowhere near what I used to be. And it shows, but I've been picking around a little bit, and Angel's picked up the ukulele and all that stuff. I bang around on the piano every now and then, which is just banging around. I don't know how to play the damn thing.
Well, you could do the frog chirping blues right now.
Bud. Wise.
Bloody fountains. 10 million.
Actually, I think the Blue Ovation's in tune.
Right.
Yeah, you don't want to play any musical notes on YouTube though, because Paul McCartney will sue you because he.
Well, he ain't gonna sue me for this. Hell, I'm gonna make it up.
No, he owns all the notes now too.
Oh, yeah. Well, there's something in the way he moves.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I did the Revolution Blues, the last video, actually, I got copyright strike. It's not going to show up in all these countries, probably Canada. But then I had to go to Uncle Jim 3 to see if it worked and people heard it. So there you go. I'll probably delete it anyway because it sucked. Anyway, copyright, big time. And I'm singing in it. Why is it copyright?
Because you're using the lyrics. Somebody owns those lyrics. So-
It was background music, I think. Yeah. So it's like great.
That's like I've put up a couple videos in the one gun range I go to. They play music over the loudspeakers, and I've been copyright hit because of that.
Mm-hmm.
And it sounds like shit and everything. So, but it's copyright, so they're gonna nail you.
Yeah, it's too bad too, because with all this stuff going on in the government, I could just see Jim when they're throwing Hillary in the handcuffs and taking her out, and her and Schumer and all of her little band of hooligans that are eyeballs deep in all this corruption. That Jim would just love to pay the theme song to all that happening, called "War Pigs" by Black Sabbath.
Oh yeah,
that would go along just. That'd be perfect.
Actually, 10 years ago, I did a mini bike video, which was awesome. The editing, everything was awesome. And it had war pigs in it, and they totally shut me off for sound. Yeah. So I couldn't even use the creative, like all the editing, going to the music was perfect. I spent hours on it, and they shut me down. No one could hear a single tune. Oh, I was pissed. I was pissed at YouTube. And that was 10 years ago.
Don't let Gene Simmons hear anything on YouTube of his stuff, because he'll come kick your door down. To get his 2 cents.
He's all about the money. I know.
Oh, Uncle John, I didn't show you Angel's selection of bongos.
Wow, that goes back to beatnik times. She's got a collection of bongo drums.
She's an old hippie.
Yeah, that's beatnik stuff. Early 60s would be beatniks and bongos. Wow.
Well, Kyle, you know what, Kyle? You could have, if you couldn't have found a job right away, you could have just grabbed your guitar and a folding chair and headed off down to the bus station, with your guitar case open, sing the blues.
Yeah, it wasn't too hard to find one. Just had to get motivated. And once the money started running out, kind of got
that motivates you real quick, huh?
kind of got motivated.
Yeah. It really sucks, man, is when you go through a divorce, because then you find out, you'd be surprised what you can afford when you have to. You'd be surprised.
When I first got divorced, I would go about 3 days without eating, just so I could save up enough money to where when I got my kids, we could go get a $5 Little Caesars pizza.
Yeah, that's how bad it is.
Yeah, it was terrible.
I know. Don't even get me started.
But all that's behind me now.
We got started on that stolen valor thing, and then Jim got all pissed off, and I thought, God, now he started it.
Why? What did I get pissed off? I'm not pissed off tonight. Just
No,
don't tell me
you're
I'm
not.
a bummer.
No, you're not. You're not. It's just I went and brought up that common valor thing, and then I was all pissed off, and stolen valor, and then you got pissed off about it, and I thought, I hope this kind of burns out on me. He doesn't get all pissed off.
No, I say
Makes me mad. Boy, it makes me mad as hell.
I say thank God for Don Shipley that exposes these people.
Yep, absolutely. They should be, actually, as far as I'm concerned, they should be tried as traitors. Anybody who's lying about their military service, they should be tried as traitors.
Well,
they'll lie to do anything. They'll lie to do anything. If they're going to lie about that and they ain't got the self-respect to face the truth about themselves and have some pride in what their lives represent, and they got to lie about it, they're traitors. They'll sell everybody down the river because of their poor self-image. Fuck them.
I say it would only be a crime if they're making money off of it, asking for donations, blah, blah, blah.
No, it's a crime anyway.
Yeah.
It should be a crime, period. You're impersonating that you serve the U.S. military, and that's bullshit.
It's a crime any way you look at it.
Oh, Tin Man back. Who was the other guy? And what's that one AR showing up right now?
What?
Okay, there's somebody
Oh,
here
so
with an
you
AR.
see that? You see that video then?
I
No,
don't
there's
know who
there's
has an
somebody
AR.
here showing an AR with an orange or red shirt. Who
Yeah,
is that?
that's the niece. Shooting the
That's you?
no, that's not. I haven't been that skinny since I was 3.
Okay.
Oh, nice skirt. Oh, that's not you.
No, damn right, that's not me.
I would hope that's not him.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I was just dicking around with the settings, and apparently you go to preset. And I did take the I muted it so the volume so you don't get copyrighted.
We got chirping frogs, so copyright.
Yeah.
It's the countdown for the trigger pull.
I saw that one. Wasn't that recent?
No, the other one I did basically the same video, but she was shooting the Rock River Arms A4.
Okay.
Yeah, this is okay. This is
Well,
just cool.
that scope has good eye relief.
Yeah, well, that's for my big fat head. Yeah, but it works for her pretty good. So
Okay.
and then yeah, she liked it a lot better because it fits her better. Yeah, she's like I said, she's like maybe 5'3" at the most. And as far as Crabtree girls go, she's pretty damn tall.
I tell you one thing, the old AR, after all these years, is still a son of a bitch and great shooting gun. And
Yes,
you
it
can do anything you want,
Mhm.
any modification, anything. They just work. They're awesome. All right, that's awesome, man. She's your niece, or
She's Susan's niece.
Okay.
She's a niece by marriage. So
I'm
now I
trying
just
to
have to.
I'm trying to
So-
take this off here. Should I remove it?
Well, yeah, probably.
Okay.
There you go.
All right.
But
I
yeah.
couldn't get it to downsize. All right.
That's an AR 180.
Yeah. Well, it's technically the BRN 180, but yes.
Yeah, it's an AR 180.
Yeah, Tread. I think anyone should watch Don Shipley's videos. He actually has his own website, and all he does is debunk Navy SEALs. However, YouTube was killing his channel because of that. But he's still on YouTube.
Tread's saying like people that play military members in Hollywood movies. Is
Oh.
that stolen valor?
No, not in a movie. No, it's not stolen valor. It's when you say you're a SEAL or whatever, and you're asking for money, or you're trying to get a job. That's stolen valor, and you should be prosecuted.
A guy I work with was a Marine, and he told me every time you order something from a website, when they ask you for a coupon code, just type in military, and it usually gives you % off. And I looked at him, and I was like, doesn't that fall into the category of stolen valor? And he goes, I don't know, 10% off, whatever.
Well, I told you I had that problem with Midway on my birthday discount.
Yeah.
Because my son has the same name.
Yep.
And we have the same address, and they thought we were scamming them. And so I get a call at 7 a.m. I emailed him. I said, hey, I didn't get my birthday discount this year. I've been doing it for 15 years. And the girl called me at 7 a.m, woke me up. I had to call back. And they said, well, you got this link discrepancy thing going on. And I told them the situation, and okay, all right, they supposedly fixed it. Guess what? I get back on, still no birthday discount. You know, it's past my birthday, but you still have like 10 days or whatever.
Yeah, you get a week
So
before,
now
a week after.
email 'em back. I got to email them back and say, you never fixed it.
Yeah, you've only got until tomorrow.
Well, I checked, and it's still not there.
That's garbage,
So
man. I'd
now,
be pissed.
I have 3 emails. How was your consumer report on, customer service, all that? I got 3 emails. Now I got to tell them, hey, I never got the discount. They never straightened it out. So
What are you trying to buy?
Hopefully, my son, his birthday's coming up in a while. He gets a discount. But yeah, I understand. We both have the same first and last name, same address. Our phone numbers are 1 digit apart. So we got to figure that out.
What are you trying to order from Midway?
Well,
he doesn't want to say. He doesn't want to say. Look at him.
Actually, for my birthday, I was just pricing because I already got that bolt. So I'm done. But I was just pricing. I told the dude, I'm probably not going to use it this year, but it'd be nice if you straighten it out. They were super cool about it. And it never got fixed, though, even though he said, okay, I see the problem. I'll put the notes in and fix it. Yeah. Screwed
That's
up.
what happens when you have a junior.
15 years of customer service. Anyway.
When I ordered that 1911 from them, it was during my wife's, birthday discount period, and I didn't think to order it on her account. So then I was like, "Oh shit!" So I looked, and I could have saved like over $100 using her account. I was pissed.
I love how they do birthday discounts because it does save you a lot of stuff. Especially, all my reloading stuff was either birthday discount or super sales and free shipping. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that's all my reloading stuff right there.
Or Giftion.
Giftian. It's
That's how I looked into that Hornady electronic powder measure. It was on super clearance or whatever at Midway, and then I got my birthday discount. I think I ended up getting that thing for like $48 or something.
Damn.
It was with free shipping. It was stupid. That's the only reason I bought it, and I love the damn thing. And the only reason that people that have one and don't like them is because they didn't read the damn instruction manual. It tells you step by step how to set it up, and if it's doing this, this is what's wrong, and it's your fault. Here's what you need to do to fix it.
Yep.
Well, they apparently didn't feel the glitch because I had 4 more days. However, they answered the phone right away. I called them, she woke me up in the morning, so I disregarded that. And I call him back. I get a guy on the phone. He's like, oh, okay, I get it. But for some reason, there's still a glitch in the system. So I got screwed this year. I'll make sure it doesn't happen again.
Yeah, it's okay. I haven't used my birthday discount from Midway in probably 3 or 4 years now. Hell, I gave it to Marvin one year, let him order stuff.
Well, you save a ton on certain things. Everything has a different price. So you put it in your cart and you see the difference. You have you got to have 2 windows open to see what normal is and what you saved.
Yep.
And this time I got screwed and I couldn't figure it out. And it's not like my son just had a Midway. He's been doing it for 4 or 5 years. So I don't get why all of a sudden it's screwed up. I like Midway. I get them in 3 days. I get the package in 3 days.
Shit. Must be nice.
Yeah.
I know. You don't get the good shipping, but fast shipping that I do, but hell, where I live. And I get it at the post office, so they don't have to drive up in the snow.
My record for Midway shipping is 28 days.
I've ordered stuff from Midway at 5 o'clock in the evening, and it'd be on my porch the next day when I get home from work at 3 o'clock.
Wow. I get 3 days. All 3
I've
4
never
days.
I've never had it go that fast. I've told this before. I've ordered bullets from Rocky Mountain Reloading, which is in the middle, bum f nowhere, Idaho, and I've just followed the track. And at the same time, I've ordered something from Midway, and I'm watching the Rocky Mountain Reloading load or package go past the Midway facility, and they still haven't shipped shipped the stuff from Midway yet to get it down here.
Yep, it'll sit on the loading dock at Midway for a couple weeks before they throw it on a truck for me.
Yeah.
All right. Ozark is saying bye, bitches. You never said hi, bitches.
Yeah, I didn't know he was here.
I know. He's saying bye.
He was at the ball game. He's probably 3 sheets to the wind.
He was at a couple ball games, I think. So, yeah.
I'm fixing to join the club. I've been up since 4 o'clock this morning. I got to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning again, but I'm off on Monday.
Susan and I took
Good night, Ozark.
Good night, Ozark, even though you didn't say hi.
Yeah, night Ozark. I had no idea he was here.
Me neither.
I think he's in downtown St. Louis.
Yeah.
So long, Screwy. See you in St. Louis.
Oh, that's the liberal part of that state.
Every state has one.
I have a buddy there that's a lawyer, and he's a Libby, and he went from a defender to a prosecutor. I wonder why.
My liberal part's about 60 miles south of me, which is oddly enough where all the election interference happened.
Yeah.
How's Savannah? Is that pretty lefty?
Yes.
That's what I thought.
It's
Atlanta.
so
Atlanta's
lefty.
terrible.
If you face to the south, you're going to be in the ocean.
Yeah, I knew Atlanta was bad, but Savannah, I wasn't sure.
I mean, it's a beautiful city. It really is, but Jesus.
It's always the cities. It's always the cities that screw up the states.
I mean, there's all kinds of antebellum homes down there, and I mean, it's just gorgeous with all the river walks and all this stuff, all the Spanish moss growing out of the trees, and the restaurants and the nightlife and all that. But the politics is shit.
Yeah.
Yep, stay out of the cities, boys. That's what screws your state up.
That thing about Florida, it's really bipolar everywhere. They're extremely liberal, but they got more guns than the government and more pot in the backyard than Mexico does. So it's a neat place.
It is different.
Yes.
Yeah, hell, you got Miami, Fort Lauderdale, Pensacola. You got quite a few big ones down there.
Yeah.
If you golfed, you'd be in heaven.
Orlando, yeah.
Cape
Tampa.
Coral.
The neat thing is you can be in relatively it's not downtown. Downtown, a typical downtown, but you just get in the western suburbs, but you're still, and people have chicken and goats right there, and it's nice. I mean, it's kind of weird, and which makes it cool.
Yeah.
So
Speaking of that, there's a guy that lives 2 blocks over from us in the same neighborhood, built by the same developer. He's got a flag on his porch that says Veterans Against Trump. I'm like, So who were you for? The guy that did the Afghanistan withdrawal? Is that who you're for?
Oh,
it's him and probably 8 other people in the entire country.
Oh, dude. I was like, what in the hell?
how
Whatever.
twisted is that? He still wants transvestites in the military.
Whatever, man.
Oh my gosh, that is sick. That's the worst thing you could see on a flight.
But you think about it, that's one of the greatest things about this country. We can be weird and bipolar like this. Yeah.
Yeah,
You
I
can
mean-
there's
Well, and I have no idea who the guy is either. Hell, he could be cool as hell for all I know.
right, exactly. It just
Just a little quirky. Yeah, I look at that every time I drive by that house. I'm like, what happened to you?
show on the doll where you were touched.
Yeah, that makes no sense whatsoever. I wonder if they key his Tesla. Oh,
Are they? It's been a couple days since I've even paid a bit of attention. Are they still burning Teslas, or is that already out of style?
the burning part, they caught those people, and they're going to do 20 years maybe.
Right.
But there's people keying Teslas all over the place. And of course, and there's that one guy that reached in his butt crack and wiped it on the window.
He gave it the old rigatoni slap.
Yeah.
Did you see that sicko mother?
My
No,
favorite
no.
one is the big black dude on the homemade 4-wheeler that rams into the side of the one Tesla. I was laughing
Yes.
my ass off on that one.
Did y'all see the Gutfeld skit on that?
Uh-uh.
Yeah.
The guy, I mean, he's caught on camera by the Tesla truck, and they went to approach the guy and all that, and he swears up and down he didn't do it. And one of the guest hosts on Gutfeld said, "Well, let's get the dude in a lineup. Let's put him between Fat Albert and Shamu and see who can pick him out."
Oh, Jesus.
I'm telling you, if y'all aren't watching the Gutfeld show, it don't come on till I think it's 10:30 at night Eastern. But God Almighty, that's some of the funniest. There's a reason he's number one in late night television. It's hysterical.
I usually catch him on YouTube. Dave Landau was just on him last week, I think.
Yeah.
God Almighty, it's hysterical.
Yeah. The only way I'll watch it is through another channel showing Gutfield, because I refuse to watch Fox because they're owned by the Murdochs.
Well,
And
there's plenty of Arabic named YouTube channels that air it, and they air it way before Fox does. But at the end of it,
yeah, I'll watch it. For
20 minutes with a
channels-
video game footage or something, you know.
Yeah, for places I refuse to watch, I'll watch it through YouTube so I don't have to, give them hits as
Right.
far as Fox goes, because I will not watch Fox on TV and give them ratings whatsoever. But you can watch it through someone else's channel that already did it for everyone else.
Well,
Ugh.
excuse me. I don't get wound up. I mean, Murdoch may be a scumbag, maybe he isn't. Yeah. No matter what you watch, no matter who you're dealing with, your side, my side, the good guys, the bad guys, whatever, they're going to do stuff that you don't like and I don't like.
Mm-hmm.
And there's just no. So, I mean,
The good news is we have the internet now, and we can watch what we want without giving them ratings that have an agenda. And Fox has an agenda. They were anti-Trump. They were anti-everyone. Anti-January 6th for a while. Screw Fox. I will never watch Fox again. I'd rather.
I think the worst offense they did was being anti-Tucker Carlson.
Yeah, they fired Tucker, and way before that, they fired what's his name, and they're owned by libtards. So
I think that was the best thing that ever happened to Tucker Carlson, though, getting shit canned.
I will never give Fox ratings. However, the good news is you can go on YouTube and watch it through someone else, and everyone doesn't have to give them ratings.
Watch it through one of Rupert Murdoch's shadow YouTube accounts. Give him ratings that way.
I'll show that.
Gentlemen.
Bill.
Yeah, just don't support Fox. They turned big time years ago. So yeah, don't watch Fox directly, but watch it sideways. If that makes sense. Yeah.
Gentlemen, I'm going to bed. I've been up since 4, and I got to get up at 4.
Really good.
Enjoy.
All right,
Okay.
Kyle. We should have a
Good
show.
night,
Rapidly approaching.
All right, good night, Kyle. Have a good night. Have a good day at work tomorrow, bro.
Y'all enjoy it. I'm going to bed.
All right, take care, brother.
Good night, guys.
Well, love you, Kyle.
Love you guys.
All right, love you, Kyle. Yeah, so when you need to see something that was said, what do you got, Jesse, and you got the other guy? All right, watch it indirectly so you don't give them ratings because Fox News is fucked up. So I'll tell you that right now. They're not owned by people you want. So
Well,
you can watch it indirectly, but there's no way I'm putting them on the ratings on TV or whatever.
You know, there's something to be said about that. But every once in a while, just like today, I don't support pedophiles, but I had Subway today. You know?
Yeah. What's the guy's name? Jason or whatever it was?
Jared Fogle.
Okay, he's been gone for a while, but yeah, everyone boycotted them like Bud Light. Yeah,
right.
Well,
Yeah,
but
the
see,
dude, the dude was a pedo, man.
yeah, but
The guy was a pedo.
Here's the question: though.
Well,
Did
that doesn't
Subway
affect the quality
know
of my steak and cheese footlong. You know what I mean?
I mean, did they actually know when it was going on, or yeah,
Right. That's not Subway's fault.
yeah.
well, that was their sponsor. That was their sponsor child.
He was
Yeah,
a
but-
spokesperson.
Yeah,
Well,
that's kind of their poster child.
Just like
So-
Bud Light, though. Just like Bud Light, you had that demented freaking.
Okay.
what is that?
Jared Fogle and Dylan Mulvaney were
Oh,
completely
God.
different circumstances. Dylan Mulvaney was out in the open and blatantly obvious. Jared Fogle was a closet pedo.
Yeah,
You
and as
know.
as far as I know, Mulvaney, however you say his name, he wasn't a kid toucher. Yeah, he's
Wow.
just gay in a training. Yeah, so fucking what, guys? As long as he's not costing me any tax money, who cares?
Okay. Anyone on here or listening, if you look at Mulvaney's eyes, is that nuts schizo or
He wants to cut his dick off. Of course he's not.
something wrong? Is something terrible wrong in that brain when you just look at the eyes or not?
Yes.
Is it just me? I don't know.
Just to be honest, I think he's the greatest troll. Yeah, he's probably lost all.
No, there was a different guy that was a better troll. He was literally doing it to troll people, and he committed, and he did it for 9 months just to troll people, and people would like, this guy's messing with us, but he kept it going for like 9 months, and finally he's like, yeah, I was messing around. This is dumb shit.
Yeah, but
I forget that guy's name.
that Mulvaney guy, if you just look at the eyes, you can tell there's something wrong with the brain.
He
They
was a
all
little wacko.
have that stupid look. You know what I mean?
Like a clingy girlfriend.
It's definitely a mental. We need to talk about mental illness. Yeah.
The cleaning girlfriend when she's staring through your bedroom window and you're with girlfriend, the second girlfriend after her.
The grocery store is only a 7-minute drive, and it took you 12 minutes to get here. What's her name?
Yeah, exactly.
But all the real wacky ones like her, him, have that look in their eyes, and you know it's a mental problem, and we should address that versus the what's down there type deal.
Well, it
go with
is
the-
on the DSM-5 mental disability list. Gender dysphoria is, so there's that.
Let's just cover the brain because that's where it starts.
Yeah, they're
And you get
mentally
that look in the eyes.
mentally ill.
If someone looks at me that way, I'm like, oh, this person is, yeah, All right.
Mentally ill.
Totally mentally ill. They have, oh man, I don't know.
Society used to take care of people like that by shaming them publicly, but once the internet came around and we enabled everybody to find their own niche of people, like you could be a toaster fucker and society would cast you aside back in the day, but now you can go online and find a group of other toaster fuckers who reaffirm your beliefs and tell you it's okay. So I mean,
It's a club. It's a
Yeah.
club that charges dues, and they're presenting their case before Congress because people think they're weird because they go around fucking toasters.
right.
You know? Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
just-
what's wrong with
it's-
that? I associate with toasters. I'm
It's weird,
not
man.
messed up.
And that's
Yeah.
just an example. I mean, you can find your niche and people
I'm
can.
in the camp. Okay, I'm in the camp. Whatever floats your boat, but don't shove it in my face. That's my camp.
Right.
Just don't
Right.
shove it in my face. You're a small a percentage of society. And why are you this small percentage 70% of the society? No, you're not. You're this big.
The squeaky
That's-
wheel gets greased.
Well, they not only force it into society and into the public, they want to force it into the four corners of your living room. You know, they want you to not be able to tell your children that you think that those people are weird. That's how bad it is. And they're trying to get laws. They're trying to force laws to force that.
The major sick problem in our society is the schools trying to sell that to the kids without the parents knowing about it. And that is disgusting.
Well, look at the Department of Education right now.
A kid has no idea. Did you know what Mulvaney said when he was 3 or 4 years old? He told his mom, "How in the hell, when you're 3 or 4 years old, you know what's going on?"
I call bullshit. He never said that.
I
And
call
every
total
4-year-old says they
Yeah.
want to be the opposite sex. They all
Yeah.
say that.
Crap.
Okay,
That's
I
bull
call
crap.
total bullshit. And then you have schools, public schools, telling the kids this stuff when they're tiny. That is bullshit.
I
That's
think the
total
bigger culprit was the internet.
No, the schools are worse than anything. They're the ones.
Yeah, you know what? Shouldn't the schools be working on, the fact that 40% of all the graduating classes now can't read, can't do math? I mean, shouldn't they be focusing on that? I mean, talk about your priorities.
How about math, English, and history?
There you go.
Well,
Yeah, where am that?
and here's what is going on with that. How do you ask for more government funding if kids are smart? If kids are smart, they don't need the Department of Education. If kids are stupid, it just means the Department of Education needs more money to do their jobs better.
Yeah,
Come on, you guys know.
That's the great thing about what Trump did is, if you're going to enforce this gender stuff on kids, you're not going to get funding. And I love that. So what does gender have to do? I don't know. I grew up in the 60s as a kid. No one threw gender at us. You had boys and you had girls. And that's the way it was.
If by some miracle Susan was to ever become pregnant, the kid, whatever, they're going to Catholic school. And if that means I have to sell everything and we eat ramen for 18 years, yeah, because it's a better education that they get. Yeah. And
Well, private school is really good. You can pick out any kind you want.
yeah.
And we went through that later on because public school wasn't cutting it. They did not fit our needs.
They don't care. They don't care. You got a teacher after they've gotten tenure here in Washington State. They make $145,000 a year. $145,000 a year. That's what the public school teachers get. And you know, they only work 9 months out of the year. And I'm going to tell you what, they treat those kids like they're a used car lot. All they want to do is just drive the sports cars, the ones that are easy to handle, the ones that are fast, you know, can handle the corners. All the rest of them just sit there, and they just pass them on through as used cars, and they just pass them on through and pass them on through. The teachers here in Washington State are lousy, lazy pieces of shit.
I mean, even in the 90s, I can think of like 4 teachers that I had that were really, really good teachers. The rest were just kind of meh, like they were there for a check. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's it. They're just there for the money.
And
I don't know. I had, as far as grade school goes, I had really good teachers all the way through. One had a pedal. He called it the enforcer. And if you were at the line, you got the pedal. It had drill holes.
Sir slaps a lot.
Yeah, it had drill holes in the pedal, and he called it an enforcer, and he showed it all the time. But it's only if you were out of line. But they never forced gender on you. We never thought about gender. We're kids. We're growing up the way we grow up. They're not telling you how you should think about your gender. It's crazy. Crazy.
When I was going to grade school, I was kind of falling behind in the 5th grade, and my school teacher, Mrs. Baker, she made me stay after, 3 days out of the week until I got caught up. And she would spend time with me, and she actually taught me things. And, I thought that, that's what a teacher is. That's what a teacher's supposed to be. We also had another teacher in 6th grade, and his name was Mr. Olson. And about every 3 months or every 2 months or so, he would go down to the local 5 and Dime, and he'd buy a bunch of models, like cars and trucks and tanks and airplanes and stuff like that. And he'd hand all those out, to all the boys. And, I'm going to tell you something. That was really cool. You enjoyed going to his class. You enjoyed learning. He was a very interactive teacher with the kids, and we don't have that nowadays. Not at all.
In what was it, 5th or 6th grade, I had there were 2 hot teachers. They were both 2 teachers in one room, and they were hot. One was a blonde, one was a redhead, and we're talking boobage, everything. Oh, they were hot. Anyway, they taught us how to dissect pigs in class. They would freeze them, and we'd come in the next morning and take, here's the liver and everything else. That was the concern then versus gender. However, I will never forget those 2 teachers. They were hot.
I'll never forget the formaldehyde smell of those pigs.
Yeah.
Well, when I was in 4th grade, we had this one teacher. What was her name? I think Mrs. Cook, and she wore boots and skirts.
Oh yeah.
And I remember I'm in 4th grade, and that's when I realized, hey, I like that. I like that.
Yeah, I was. I had a couple teachers that I fantasized about quite often. And they were built. They were hot, but they were good teachers. They were really good teachers. So
all the female teachers I had were fossils.
Oh yeah.
I
can't remember their names now, but man.
Mrs. Baker was like that. Mrs. Baker was an old fossil, but when my mom would come pick me up from school because she was holding me over to catch up in 5th grade, Mrs. Baker used to sit down with my mom, and they used to talk about knitting, waiting for me to get done, with my schoolwork. So me and my mom could take off. But at least my mom got along with her. My mom got along with her just fine. Yeah. So you keep it up, Mom, because she's going to stay off my ass if she likes you. Oh man, the crazy Scotsman!
We go.
Get him in here! Come on,
Scotsman's trying.
Bring him in here.
No, we don't have Warsaw here. There's no young kids here tonight. Anyway.
Speak for yourself.
Hey, Scotsman.
Oh yeah.
It depends on which teacher.
Scotsman.
And I wish I could remember their names, but they were awesome. They should have been in movies. They were so hot. Yeah.
Hey Jim, I'm going to tell you something. You and me about the same age, went to junior high and high school together. I'm going to tell you what, man. The girls in our age, in our age time, I guess, and the girls of our time, they were smoking. Girls in the 80s, man, they were smoking, dude. They wore all those. They wore all those tight clothes and shit like that, tight pants and all that stuff, man. Those were good days.
That happens today too.
60s, 70s, 80s.
Yeah.
But especially late 60s, early 70s. For me, anyway.
Yeah, and then they got into that whole grunge thing in the 90s where they were all wearing plaid shirts and, tore up jeans and stuff. I'm thinking, yeah, what happened?
Feminism.
Yeah, it was like,
No.
where's the Timberland boots,
Scotsman knows.
The right woman can pull that look off really well.
But they're a lesbian.
No,
I was
not
gonna
the-
Plaid
say
shirt, Timberland boots.
not
Okay,
like
plaid shirt, Timberland boots. No, you're a lesbian. You're a dyke.
No.
I get it.
Only if you drive a Subaru.
Well, yeah.
Where I'm from, they didn't hear of Subarus till about 10 years ago.
That's another thing too. Strong, independent women. You can always tell that it's going to boil down to an argument because according to them, a Subaru is the best car in the world, and you're never going to change their mind.
You just shake your head, and say okay, and then go buy the friggin' Jeep or the Porsche or whatever you want.
Yeah, I can always tell when a date is not going to go well because usually within the first 5 minutes, if she starts pulling that control thing on me or she talks to me sharply about something or that sort of thing, I already know we're not going to get along. And it's kind of like watching the rocket. Okay, the rocket's on the launching pad, and the button gets hit, and it starts to lift off. But all of a sudden something goes wrong, and then the rocket starts coming down, and then you just see these, plumes of smoke and fire and shit blowing up and stuff, and you already, that's the way the date went. You know what I mean? You can tell where it's going to go from there. You're not going to get this one up off the pad. It's time just to call it a night.
Now, when do you graduate?
To me,
Yeah.
81.
Okay, I graduated 85, so we're both right there in that same area. But
When'd you graduate, Tin Man?
2000, 2008.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
2008.
Holy crap! Oh, you are a youngster.
I'm a middle-aged man. I'm 35.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. When I was at work, okay, the last few years when I was at work, something like Creedence or some Alice Cooper song would come on, or the Who would come on, or something like that.
I know all those bands.
And it'd be playing, and all these young guys were saying, "Oh, can I remind you of flying in those helicopters across those rice paddies, Dave? Back there in the old Vietnam, I said, "Man, I was in junior high in Vietnam, dude.
Gunning down women and children."
I'm not that old. I'm not that old, man. What, you see me, and then you associate me with a door gunner on a Huey from back there? That's why I'm all messed up.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, that that 80s era, the girls with the tight jeans and the big hair, and
Oh, the big hair was awesome. The big hair and the long fingernails, man. Holy shit.
the thing is, half the year where I'm from, you kind of tell the men from the women at certain ages because we're all wrapped up in friggin' well, only the rich kids could afford the Carhartts, but yeah, you're wrapped up in parkas and 3 pairs of thermals and a pair of jeans because it's 3 degrees out and snow everywhere. Hell, until you start getting facial hair, you don't know who's who.
Oh, what did I miss? It was gone.
2008. 2000. Tin Man graduated in 2008, Jim.
Oh
He
my!
graduated in 2008. I'm
Tin
like,
Man.
I
Tin
think I
Man.
remember changing the oil in my car in 2008, dude.
Tin Man and Mrs. Tin Man. Mrs. Tin Man thought I was younger than what I am.
She graduated 2010.
I was in the 70s.
Oh my gosh, 2010. God, it was yesterday.
That's 15 years
79.
ago. Shit.
79 Tin Man graduate. Okay.
Hey,
79.
all seriousness, I want to say something. I've seen the way that you guys interact with your kids, and I see the discipline that's in that home, and I see the things that you have to put up with as parents and stuff. And I meant what I said, Tin Man. I think you and Mrs. Tin Man are awesome parents. It gives me hope to see kids, people your age still have values, and have values and have that discipline. And you guys are awesome parents. Keep up the good work. Really, keep up the good work.
Appreciate it.
Telling you, it's gonna pay off in the end. Believe me, it's gonna pay off.
But
That's
Tin
awesome.
70,
And you are adding to society. You are adding to society.
79 Tin Man. I could be your dad.
My dad was born in 63. You're older than my dad.
I graduated in 81, Jim.
Okay, fellas. Like seriously, I'm sitting in the frickin' side chat and I hear 2008, 2010. I'm like, holy crap! Okay,
Scotsman, you're only
me
like
feel
42.
I want
Dude,
Tin Man. I want Tin
You're
Man.
making me feel old. I got out of school in 2000, dude. Holy crap! You're making me feel old.
The sad thing is, I've been doing my job longer than what I was 24 when I started driving truck. I'm 57 now. I'll be 58 in July. So and I've been driving truck for 33 years. So I've been driving truck almost a decade longer than what I was when I first started doing the job. It's like, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
I really think I need to change my handle to Daddy Jim.
Dude, Tin Man was graduating. I'd already got a fucking divorce.
Yep.
Like, holy shit, man.
I gotta tell. I have to tell the younger people out there, you missed out in the late 60s and 70s. It was awesome. It was awesome.
No,
We
there's some cool things.
We listened to the best music and we drove the best cars. So take that.
Asbestos and lead pipes. We missed out. We sure did.
Dude, there's a reason. People ask me sometimes, what kind of music you like. Dude, I'm classic rock, old school rock, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s.
Hell yeah.
That's where I'm at, man. That's what I grew up with. That's what I know, and I freaking love that shit.
Yeah, that's when they had creativity. Yeah.
That's when rock was freaking rock, dude.
Hey, the toys were the best. The clothes, everything was, the cars, everything was awesome. Yeah.
Yep.
Anyway, now I feel really old. I feel old and decrepit.
Man,
Well, you are old, fucker. You just had a birthday.
You're only as old as you feel.
And I'm lighting another stick. Oh, yeah.
My brother-in-law just retired from the post office after 30 years, 32 years, something like that. And he's only like 2 months older than I am. So.
And he's lucky to have all those marbles in the post office.
Well, that's questionable sometimes.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I put 42 years in. Yeah, and I'm telling you what, I was a whole different person back then. Yep. That place will change you. It's like prison. It's like prison. You talk about a structured environment. Oh my God.
Yep.
I'll tell you, I don't plan on being where I'm at a whole lot longer, but because it's not helping my situation any. But I will say that if I do stay here for as long as I have to, it's going to be as long as my boss stays. And I'll tell you right now, my boss is probably going to retire in the next 2 to 3 because that's why he went and got his citizenship. He asked me how to do all that, and I walked him through the process and all that good stuff.
Where's he from?
He was a Canadian.
Canadian. Okay.
But he's been with the company for many, 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 many years. When they moved the plant here, he moved with them. But I walked him through the process and all that, helped him get his citizenship, and but he's probably only got 2 or 3 years left before he retires. And I'll tell you right now, there ain't he's the best manager in that plant. Anyone else takes that job, I'm walking, dude. Left, right, and center, I'm walking. Fuck it.
I understand what you mean. The office personnel I work with, my dispatchers, my terminal manager, even the regional manager. I love them all to death. I hate this industry. I hate everything about it. But I'm actually at a good company, and we have good people here. And if they ever quit, get fired, whatever, I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do because I can't tolerate the actual trucking industry type people.
I would say this, man. If I didn't have the boss I did, with all the stuff I got going on, they probably would have fired me already. As wrongful as it would be, because it's a medical issue, as wrongful as it would be, they probably would have fired me already.
Yeah.
Yeah. I always went to smaller companies because they're family. The boss on down, the owner on down, they were family. You do your job, they appreciate it, and they love you. And I still think that to this day. Smaller companies, they don't get too bureaucratic, and they appreciate their workers for what they do.
The company I'm with now, the whole company, they've been in business for well over 100 years. But the actual owners of the company, the family that owns it, they've only been in the industry for about 80 years, but they bought one company that was even older than what they were. Anyways, and it's family, like you said, but here's the thing I found, at least in this industry, the only people who will fuck you over quicker than your friends is your family. So, yeah. And,
what?
So, but yeah, I mean, but this, fortunately, right now, the company is pretty good. But there's a couple people who've left the company, and now there's like just these little weird things going on. And it's like,
No, I don't get that. Usually, the smaller companies have a handle on who's doing what and who is producing and all that, and who has to go and all that. So I don't know.
Yeah, no, this industry, it's hard to describe just how morally bankrupt most of them are. Most of these companies are. So, and so like I said, for if something ever happens with the company I'm with now, I'll just go friggin' pick up aluminum cans off the side of the road or something. I couldn't work for a real trucking company again.
Yeah, I don't know about trucking, but when a company gets huge, the employees are just numbers and stats. But when you have a smaller company, it's more hands-on, and they know who you are and what you're doing and if you're valuable or not. And that makes a huge difference.
Well, it's not technically when the company gets huge. It's more so when the company starts to be recognized and start making some good money. And when they start getting investors. As soon as they start getting investors and they have people that have an interest in the company, now they are reporting to them instead of actually working for the people that are working for them.
Not calling the shots, yes.
All right, because the shareholders are the important ones.
The number.
Take Black Rifle Coffee Company, for example. Black Rifle Coffee Company was someone who I supported for many, many, many years. Great company, in my opinion, back in the day. But they made a huge mistake. They started to get a good following, and they went public. And as soon as they went public, they had to answer to the shareholders.
The bean counters.
And now that's all they do. And I will not support that company anymore.
Yep.
I'm all for supporting my veterans. I love my veterans. Trust me. It's all I ever hired was military. I love my veterans, but I swear that company just went to hell in a fucking handbasket. And I've seen it time and time again. As soon as you go public and you start having investors or you start to bring people in from the outside, you lose it all and you lose what you had when you originally started. And the people that are there that started with you lose respect.
The company I worked for actually went backwards from that. So we used to be owned by a board of investors. We weren't public, but the investors owned the whole company. Now our company is employee owned. It's kind of cool.
Tell them you want to be the president. Instead of
employee owned is good. There's a few companies that I know that are employee owned companies, and they do well, man. They do really, really well. Like there's one out this way that I could technically go work for. The only issue is they would pay me about half of what I'm worth, and I'm not willing to take that pay cut.
Yeah, starting over would suck.
I couldn't do that. I went and talked to them. I don't know. Let's see. It was probably about 7 years ago. I think I went and talked to them, and the general manager of the store literally told me what he made a year, and I'm like, dude, I'm making way more than you, and that's absolute bullshit. You should be making way more than you are, and you couldn't afford me. I just had to walk out. Like I felt kind of bad, but I laughed at his face. I'm like, dude, that's horse shit.
You should have tried to recruit him to work for your company.
It should be all about merit and earning, if you're an earner or not.
There's a company that I worked for.
Also, another thing too, you got to have people that are going to stand up and have those arguments with management, even if they have to take you in the back. They have to take you in the office. You got to be a leader, and you got to call bullshit on bullshit, and you got to get and that's going to build the respect of the people that you work with, because you're fighting for them. You're not fighting for yourself. I mean, it's like, it's one thing if I have to go and do it because you said so, but you know what? Now that you're saying so, now everybody's going to have to go out and do that, and they're going to have to work that much harder. When we're getting the job done with the way that we do things right now, and somehow or another you're coming up with this brand new idea about how you're going to make it better, but it's going to take 10 times as long, and it's it added 100% tediousness to the job. You got to be able to stand up in the workplace and tell management when they need it, you guys don't know what you're doing. You're trying to come up with something to go and tell your boss, how well you're doing, and all you're doing is just dreaming up stuff and changing stuff here on the floor, and you're getting stuff all screwed up. People can't even remember their training after a while. Do we do it this way now, or do we do it that way, or do we do it this way, or weren't we doing it this way about a year ago? Or people just can't remember, about our own procedures and stuff because they change them around. I would fight that tooth and nail, and you know what? They finally ended up, bringing me in the office, getting me to shut up. Yeah.
Yeah, you can, especially the bigger companies, you can tell everybody's trying to, like you said, they got to put their mark in there to justify their jobs. And and like you said, there's 10 different ways to do the same job.
Well, all the guys that were part of my crew when I was site supervisor, all those guys have moved up in the world. 3 of them are supervisors now at different commands. Some of them moved off down to the shipyard, and they're doing real well. They're site supervisors now. And so, and every one of them, has told me, thanks, Dave, for the talks that you wouldn't, that you told me when I didn't know what the hell was going on. I'd sit down at your desk and you just listened to me, and then you gave your best advice. I just want to thank you for that, because I was at a point where I wanted to quit. Just quit.
I had a terminal manager before the guy we have now, and he had me to the point where either I was going to quit or I was going to catch a felony. Because he was just one of these guys that he just was really punchable.
Well, let me tell you this much, man. I had three times. It was going to be a felony, and I would have to quit afterwards.
Yeah.
I had them in the parking lot, and their fists were balled up, and they wanted to go. It was like that with me.
Mm-hmm.
It was going to go to blows out in the parking lot. Yeah. Yeah.
You need to work on getting that mustache of yours to stay on there.
Hey,
better.
Jim. Speaking of Pat, where is he?
My question is, where is Pat?
I just texted him before you put that shit on. That's weird.
Pat, where are you?
Yeah, where is Pat?
Pat, cat.
Uncle John, are you all right? Are you all right, buddy? Your last couple messages have me concerned.
You know what? Marge is not a bad-looking woman.
Who?
Marvin.
Behind Uncle Jim, on the girl on the airplane.
Girl on the airplane. Marvin. Oh, my mustache. Damn, the sticker. Marvin.
He's talking about the airplane behind you. He's talking about the P-38 back there. The picture.
What the hell is on your head?
Oh, this is Pat, cat. And the mustache. Oh, the mustache needs glue. Damn it, I need my zombie glue. Anyway, what? Chessboard is here. Hey, chessboard.
Hey, chessboard.
Everything all good? Everything all good, Uncle John?
What were you guys talking about?
Work.
John
Yeah,
says
we were just talking about work, and we don't have to talk about work anymore.
People are getting depressed.
No, Scotsman. Hey, we're all trying to support Scotsman, and Scotsman. You and me have talked, and I've told you, man. Hey, my casa, your casa, Holmes.
Yeah, I do appreciate that, but I don't ever see you moving to Washington, man.
I don't see it either.
I love you, brother. I do, but there's no way in hell I'm living in a state that ain't fucking free.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
I love that part of the West Coast. I lived out in Oregon on the coast for a short while. I love it, but like Scotsman said, those politics.
Well, now that voter ID is going to come in, I think that the Democrats are going to lose their grip on the outer states here. I really think there's going to be a change out here.
Oh, I lived in Oregon for a long time, man. I was in Oregon for a couple of years, and Oregon is freaking beautiful, absolutely beautiful state.
Yeah.
But it is so fucked up.
Well, Portland is fucked up. Everything else is not bad. I love the way
It's the it's the big cities, man. The big
Yeah,
cities.
it is.
It's just like Tennessee. Tennessee is a beautiful place, but the big cities are the ones that cause the issues.
It's the I-5 corridor. Any of those big cities that are on the I-5 corridor, every one of them's fucked up.
Well, anything west of
San Francisco, LA, all of those, they're all fucked up. All those big cities are all fucked up.
I think voter ID might change a lot. Paper ballots and voter ID, not paper ballot. Yeah, signed ballots.
I think we got a chance, Jim. I think we got a chance if they bring in voter ID and validation of mail-in ballots and things like that. I'm going to tell you what, I guarantee you they're going to see some changes here in Washington State. I guarantee you, because this right here, I cannot see how the Dems seem to pull it over in Washington State. With we pay the highest taxes in all the states. We have the highest taxes, and I don't see how you can vote that in. I mean, there must be Connex boxes that are showing up off of a container ship down in Tacoma that are just slammed full of mail-in voter ballots that came from China. It's got to be.
Well,
It's got to.
I say let's start with voter ID and 20. Voting on that day, and we'll see what happens. I'm sure it'll get better that way. And that's what they're working on right now. That's what they're trying to pass. So,
well, and one thing I would say, and I brought this up many times before, but one thing I would say is I want to see confirmation of my vote.
Yeah, I get it.
Like this past election, I got done voting, and I said, "Hey, how do I know that it's right?" Because it didn't give me anything. It didn't print anything out. It didn't show me anything. How do I know what I put in is what you're telling me I did?
That's the fun part. You don't.
Well, and that's the thing of it.
That's the thing that that Scott's been wanting to hit on right there. If you pay your property taxes and you get confirmation for that right then and there that you paid the property tax, the same thing should be with voting. They should be able to validate that you voted and you voted for these people. You should get a receipt for that.
Yeah, Washington supposedly tells you your vote counted, but that could be BS.
But what about this?
Because they supposedly checked your vote and it says it's okay, so your vote counted. Ballots, whatever. I got rejected twice because my signature I scribbled.
Yeah.
Here, and they caught it, and then they notified me and said, "Hey, you want to revote on that? You want to rebuttal this?" And so they actually caught my signature, which I scribbled wrong, and I thought that was a good thing. But I think same day voting, all that stuff, voter ID. You have to be a citizen. I think it would get much better in some states if all that happens. And they're working on that right now.
Yeah.
Hold on. Uncle Jim, you don't have an auto pen?
No, I don't. Oh, now Pat's here. I took the wig and mustache off. Son of a bitch.
Yeah.
Pat, I fucking texted you last week, you fucking son of a bitch, and you never fucking responded.
He got my text.
Yeah, you son of a bitch. I just wore your wig and mustache and you weren't here, you son of a bitch.
Pat, fuck you.
Hey,
Yeah.
hey.
Fuck you, Pat. And your eyebrows.
Real quick to touch on that last subject. Being able to go back and look at your vote and make sure, being able to see who you voted for and who it counted for is a double-edged sword, because yes, it does provide you the certainty that your vote counted the way that you want it to be counted. However, there are other people that could, in government office and buildings that could retroactively go back and see who voted for who and see who all the dissidents are and see who all the targets are at the same time. So I
They
mean,
can
in
do that
America,
regardless.
Well, also,
well, I don't know about
also-
that.
Wait. The ultimate thing is they could lie to you. Okay, they can lie to you, so
Well,
you don't.
what do you mean they could? They do every day.
Dude, they've been lying to us from day fucking one.
Let's see. Hey,
You always gotta try to look at every aspect of everything, stuff
We
like
need to get
that.
Pat in here. We need to get Pat in here. He's the king of California. We need to get the king of California in here. We need to get Pat in here.
well, do you know what sucks? Last live chat, Pat came on late, and then we were talking after the chat, and my battery
Pat came
died.
on last week. Did I fall asleep?
My battery died, and I want to apologize for Pat for cutting him off because the battery died. I didn't have it plugged in. If I kick this thing, it unplugs from the box. So yeah,
Oh,
sorry.
I must have fell asleep last week when Pat got on. My bad.
Yeah, me and Pat were talking after the chat, and I kicked the battery thing, and yeah. Anyway, sorry, Pat. Cat.
Well, I'm glad to see you're okay, Pat. I was concerned.
Yeah, thanks for messaging me, asshole.
If it makes you feel any better, he didn't text me back
I'm
either.
going to tell you one thing, Scotsman. If you were to, if you're to dude, I'm looking at the Tacoma Narrows Bridge, and I'm on the Pierce County side. Where do I go from here? Where are you at? And I'd say, oh, dude, bad, yeah, it would be totally cool. Just want to let you know that I'd come get you.
I have no idea what this means, Uncle John. No idea what this means.
He's saying Washington, not Wishington or Washington.
Everyone says Washington.
Washington.
No, it's wash, like washing your clothes.
Washington.
Washing your clothes.
That good old,
Hey, that is one thing I want to bring up.
Southern drawer.
Jim.
The worst machine.
I don't really promote, the Native Americans out here. However, whatever I ever said about them, I'll take it back because they are selling cigarettes right now, a certain brand, at $5 a pack.
Well,
$5 a pack, and they are just swamped. They are swamped. And the local businesses are complaining and saying, "Hey, we can't compete." I mean, we're having to charge $13 a pack, and here the Indians are charging $5 a pack for these, and everybody's smoking them now.
Capitalism.
Right. That's expensive now, but when I lived there, I used to go to the res and buy like 3 or 4 cartons at a time because no tax. And
Right, no tax.
Yeah, it was awesome. It was you drive up and you go in there and everyone's like, it's the soup Nazi, I'll take my soup. You know what I mean? The soup Nazi, and everyone's like, yeah, hell yeah.
I'll tell you what, the Indians aren't like that anymore. The Indians are not like that anymore with name brand cigarettes, man. They charge I think Marlboros are they're like $9 or $10 a pack.
Holy
on the res. Because out in town, they're like, $13, $14.
No. When I was up there, that's where I went to get smokes. And it was like the soup Nazi. You give your card and you take your cartons and you're thank you, because it was so much cheaper because there was no tax on the tobacco.
Well, when you lived here, yeah, but now it's not. Now you got to the res now, and it's like $10 a pack for Marlboros and that. But they do sell this other pack. They do sell this other brand right now, and it's $5 a pack. And man, they can't keep. They're flying off the shelves. Everybody in Kitsap County is smoking them. It's crazy.
What pyramid?
The local merchants are complaining, and they want the state to get involved, and everything else. They're all pissed off because there's these $5 a pack, and everybody's smoking them. It's awesome.
That's crazy.
Screw Washington State. Screw them. Yeah,
that's awesome. That's crazy money, but the res was awesome for smokes.
Yeah, it used to be. Yeah.
No, everyone got in line. They didn't talk. They didn't lollygag. Boom, bang, pow. Get out of the way. It was soup Nazi. It's like, hell yeah, I'm getting this for that. Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Well, y'all just need to figure out that it's cheaper to smoke a fucking pipe and smoke a pipe. Quit being little bitches. Go get you a fucking pipe and smoke a pipe
No.
and be a man.
I'll tell
you what. Pipe is cheap.
And Tin Man, I know you're not quite there yet. I mean, you graduated in 2008, so I get it. You're not quite there yet. You'll get there, brother. It's okay.
Get where? I was reading. Sorry.
Where you're a man.
Oh, yeah, almost. Someday, hopefully. If I try real hard and believe in myself, I can stand a pee one day.
Yeah, keep on trying, brother. Keep on trying.
Hey, if you believe in yourself really good, you'll get there.
You got the support, man. We're all here for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is where you really appreciate Mrs. Tin Man, because she overlooks that.
Wait a minute. Tin Man, you're still off the vape?
No. Here and there.
Oh, she said no. I heard her. No.
Yeah, it's
no,
weaning.
No.
It's weaning.
Oh my God! You said you were going cold turkey, and now I hear
no.
Now I hear no.
Weaning? What the fuck are you, a baby?
Yes.
All right. Well,
you fucking take that shit, you throw it in the fucking trash can, and get the fuck out of your house, dude.
At least you're trying, Tin Man, even though it's no.
Oh, I would have told you no too. It's hard, man.
I totally get it.
It's only as hard as you let your brain believe so.
Oh, no, I would rather try and quit heroin or opiates than tobacco. And I don't do the opiates, but man, tobacco is tough.
Dude, I quit smoking cold turkey years and years and years ago. And I got into pipe smoking back about 9 years ago is when I got into pipe smoking, somewhere around there.
I love Mrs. Tin Man for her honesty. She's in the background going, no. I should put the pink wig on right now and say no. Oh, that's hilarious. Hey, it's honesty. It happens. I know how tough.
I would have told you. Yeah, shit.
Hey, nicotine is, oh my God. Tobacco, oh my gosh.
Nicotine keeps me level-headed.
Do it.
I could quit anything, but not tobacco.
The only reason I went to actually and started smoking a pipe was just simply because I got to the point where honestly I remember my grandfather smoking a pipe, and I was a baby at that point, but I still remember the smell of it. And I was like, I want to try it because I haven't had a cigarette. It was probably, I don't know, close to 10 years I hadn't had a cigarette.
I love it so much.
And I was like, I want to smoke, so I went and got me a pipe, and
I had to get off of it.
But I don't crave it. So yes, I have a whole collection of pipes. Yes, I have an absolute buttload of tobacco, but I just smoke here and there. I don't have to do it. It's just when I want to. So it's all in your head, dude. It's not.
I had to. My doctor looked at me and said, you got the first stages of emphysema. You need to work on this right now, Dave. And he was actually the one that said, I wouldn't even recommend going cold turkey at your stage right now. Go ahead and get yourself a pipe and start pipe smoking because it doesn't have all the chemicals and stuff in it. And that's when I went ahead and picked up the pipe and started smoking a pipe. And then I got with Scotsman. Scotsman was really cool. He went out, he sent me a little sample pack and everything and helped me out. And, I got a lot of support there. And, once I got on the pipe, and I figured out what tobaccos I prefer, I can breathe a lot easier now. I mean, it's a whole different ball game. It's a lot better for you. It really is. Cigarettes are all full of all kinds of chemicals and
Well,
and
even
burning cancers and all kinds of stuff.
even the filters they put in there are full of chemicals.
Right. Yeah. So, getting off the cigarettes, man, I could tell after a couple of months, man, I was like, man, I could breathe again, because, when you breathe out and all you're hearing is popping and fizzing and popping and popping and fizzing, and you feel like you're catching your breath all the time, yeah. Yeah. I was like, hey, doc, what's going on with me? He says, well, this is what goes on when you get older and you've been smoking all these years. You're starting to get into the first stages of emphysema. You need to put a stop to this right now. And he says, don't go cold turkey right now because that could put you in pneumonia. So he said, get yourself a pipe, and when you want to have a cigarette, start piping. This is a lot better for you. Yeah. And with that, I think Jim went out to have a cigarette.
Yeah, all this nicotine talk.
Yeah.
No, actually, I would have told your doctor to screw him and his eyebrows.
Told the doctor about that giant pink growth you have above your eye, your third ball.
I would have told your doctor to screw him and his eyebrows. The other one fell off, so I can't.
Jim, I agree. Smoking cigarettes is very, very enjoyable. If it wasn't so enjoyable, it wouldn't be so hard to quit.
The first one is very enjoyable. Then after that, the rest of them kind of suck. So
I will never find that other eyebrow again in my life. Son of a bitch.
It's really not that hard to quit. It's just all in your head, guys. Really, all it is.
yeah, after the number I always heard was after 72 hours, the physical addiction is done. Then, like Cosman says, it's just in your head.
Yeah, I tried that. Yeah, I rolled around and all that for 3 days. And I quit like 3 times for months, but it always came back. It's hard to kill that tobacco.
Quit again. And I found the best time to quit something is when you're under so much stress. Yeah, might as well. Yeah, what's that extra 1% of stress of not having your nicotine or whatever, or alcohol?
It's part nicotine, it's part habit, fingers, everything.
Right, but you can find another habit. You got reloading presses. Anytime you want to stick a cigarette in your mouth, you go crank the handle. You do something else.
Do 10 push-ups.
That's what it comes down to, dude. It's all in your fucking head, man.
I gotta find my eyebrow. That's what I'm looking for. Anyway, tobacco to me smoking is the toughest habit, and I've quit a lot of habits, and that is the toughest. So yeah.
Actually, quitting cigarettes is probably one of the easiest things I ever did.
No.
It really was. Honestly, it's probably one of the easiest things I ever did. And I smoked for many, many years. I mean, hell, I was smoking before freaking Tin Man graduated.
Just as a side note, I really wish I understood what West Covina Dodge is actually talking about. I mean, I know he's talking about computers and different aspects to it, the mechanical operation of them and stuff, but it's just like,
yeah, he's got a big problem.
Yeah, he's talking a whole nother language.
I don't know. I guess there's people on the street shooting up and everything, but for me, it's tobacco. All the rest I could conquer, but not the tobacco.
That's kind of where I'm at too. I mean, I don't drink. I never was into drugs, none of that shit. But man, nicotine is pretty nice.
Yep, that's my baby.
I quit it all except for the friggin', especially junk food. Yeah. It's like,
I'll tell you one thing that's hard to get off of once you get your heel, on the banana peel. That's drinking hard pop. That gets habit forming.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I drank a lot in my early 20s, and then once me and my wife met, it just kind of stopped.
Now, Tin Man, I will give you one thing, and I'll say this, and I'll give you this one little thing, man. But it's only because I love you, brother.
Only one crumb.
You ain't taking my whiskey, motherfucker.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Give up that whiskey.
I will give up anything and everything, but I'm not giving up my whiskey.
See, I was never into hard liquor either. I drank too fast.
Yeah, see, I thought booze would be tough, but it was easy for me. It's the tobacco. And when I was younger, I said, I'll be smoking pot when I'm in a wheelchair. When I was younger. Shit, I quit that a long time ago, and I thought I'd never be able to quit that. That was easy.
Well, hold on.
Tobacco is
I guess I'm one of the lucky ones. The pot didn't really do shit to me besides put me to sleep. I fell asleep every time I touched it.
Well, here's the thing, Jim. You're not in a wheelchair yet. So when you get in the wheelchair, you might go back to it.
No, that was 25 years ago. I said I could never quit smoking pot. Oh, that was easy compared to tobacco.
Yeah, but when your ass gets in the wheelchair, you might change your mind.
No, we're not even there yet, and I don't need the green stuff. No.
No, but according to you, you're gonna die tomorrow. So
with tobacco.
well, like Tin Man said, when it came to like the pot, the few times I smoked, I'd just, I'd get high, fall asleep on the couch, sleep my friggin' buzz away. It was like, well, why the fuck did I even bother doing this?
Yep, same here.
Yeah, so it just
that was one of the perks, though. I mean, you could fall asleep anywhere. You smoke a joint. It's like, I can't sleep at all. Yeah, all right.
The nice thing is, I can do that without the pot. Hell, I'm sitting here nodding off. Of course, I had an Uncle Jim last night, or this morning. Woke up about Susie and I went to bed at 10 o'clock last night. My head hit the pillow. I'm gone. 2 o'clock in the morning, I get up to go take a leak. And I lay there in bed like this for 2 hours. So I finally get up and came and played on the computer for about an hour, then finally went back to sleep. Go back to sleep.
Well, don't play on the computer. Watch a movie until you start drowsing and you miss the end of the movie. Oh yeah.
Smoke a bowl.
or watch or listen to a mystery and you'll fall asleep halfway through. And then you got to wake up the next day and said, what happened with the mystery? What happened?
Yeah, but see, here's the thing. If I have the CDL, I have to do urine tests, including randoms.
Right.
And if I sat here and smoked a joint tonight, I guarantee it, they'd call me on Tuesday and say, hey, you need to do a random.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, but, I like I said, I just dicked around on the computer for about an hour or so and then finally nodded back off. So,
yeah, one thing for sure, I can pass the piss test. Otherwise, they just say, you're drinking too much vodka.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Vodka?
my only issue.
What the fuck is that crap?
So, let's back to the sleep thing. Once you guys are asleep, are you heavy sleepers or light sleepers?
Well, are there spiders involved on your screen or not?
Like once I'm out, you can't wake me up. It's bad.
Now that
like for me, dude, I'm lucky if I get 4 hours a night. I'm lucky.
Yeah, when you get older, Tin Man, you're gonna get up and take a piss like 3 times a night. So
Well,
you're screwed.
now that I'm on my CPAP and I've been using it for several years now, I didn't realize how bad my sleep was. And I'd get up 4 or 5 times a night, run into the bathroom, dribble. And it was just, I think my body was telling my brain was telling my body I had to go pee just to stopping breathing, because I would stop breathing like 40, 50 times an hour.
Wow.
Well, one fact: when you get older, you get up and take 3 pisses a night. You've seen the commercials trying to counter that.
Yeah.
But most of the time, it depends on how much I drink. If I'm slamming water all day long, then yeah. But if haven't been drinking a lot, I'll go to sleep and I'll sleep for 6-7 hours before I have to actually get up and go take a leak.
Oh, I would love to sleep 6 or 7 hours. Yeah, no.
I don't remember the time I've had more than 2 straight.
Oh, you poor bastards.
Well, I mean, have you guys gone and had a sleep apnea test done? I mean, it's just, yeah.
I did all that crap a few years back. They gave me a freaking machine. The machine actually almost made me die.
Really?
I was choking. I couldn't breathe. And I went back to the doctor. I had to make an appointment. It took almost 6 fucking weeks to get back to the doctor. I got back to the doctor, tried to explain to them that I was fucking choking and couldn't breathe. And they just looked at me and was like, well, it's not even that high. I'm like, just because you don't think it's high doesn't mean it's not causing me a fucking problem.
Yeah.
So I just said, fuck it, and I ain't used it ever since.
Mine, I can adjust the how much, and I keep it a little bit on the high side anyway. But my original machine, after like 4 or 5 years, it'd be about at least 3 years. It broke, and it broke just before New Year's. So I had to go about a week and a half, 2 weeks before I could get in there. I had to go to the doctors, have them write a prescription for a new machine. So by that end of that second week, I literally was, I was just a zombie guy. If you ever see that mattress commercial where the guy is sitting there playing football while wearing his basketball uniform with a baseball glove in his hand, and he just doesn't know what's going on because he was just so exhausted. That was me. While I was waiting for my machine to come. But once I got back on it, like the second day, I was fine.
Okay, here's a funny story. It's not so funny. My wife had a stroke, so they wanted to put her in a room in a monitor and watched her sleep to see if she needed a CPAP machine or whatever. And so they monitored her and they said, no, you're good to go. And I'm like, what the hell? She snores all night.
Mm-hmm.
She snores all night, but she does sleep, but it's a struggle. She's snoring. Yeah. I hope she can't hear me right now, but she's snoring, keeping me awake. I'm watching movies. However, they cleared her totally. They totally cleared her. And I'm like, what the hell?
Well, if you're snoring, you're breathing.
I know, but they totally gave her.
Hey, hold on. Stop. Pat's backstage.
Hey, Pat's backstage.
Okay, they totally cleared her, though, and said she was good to go. And I'm like, are you kidding me? She keeps me up all night.
Pat.
Kurt.
What is
Pat,
going on,
what's
man?
up, motherfucker?
Oh.
Hey, Pat.
Hey, Dave. Who else is here? Scotsman. We got Ross and Uncle Jim. And we got Bong's P38 in the background.
Yeah, baby. Hell yeah.
Good
Bong's
to see you, Pat.
P38. What?
The aces of aces. Richard Bong.
Ah.
Yeah, that's
Look
his
it up.
wife,
History.
Marge.
Not familiar.
Okay, well, look it up. There's the YouTubes.
Pat, I got a question for you. What is your position? How do you feel about this whole thing that's going on with, the Secretary of Defense and they're getting all these questions and stuff before the strike and why they had it on, had it on some thread or something like that and blah, blah, blah. And they're giving away all this information that was supposed to be classified. What's your position on that? What's your take on all that? Do you think that's just the Dems trying to stir the pot?
No, I think it's worse than that. This is a CIA job. So the signal application is approved for classified communications for right now, even though it's stupid. But the CIA gave it the green light, and the people were using it because that's what they're supposed to do, and they're doing their job, talking about what to get done. Now, this reporter getting on the signal and, reporting it to the press, this isn't anything that Biden's people hadn't been doing for the last 3 years. This is a setup. The CIA invited this guy on, probably, and leaked it to the press dude, and they're putting this together. And this is just some noise. It has nothing to do with anything substantial other than the fact that, boy, it could have been the Chinese or the Russians finding out. Oh, I guess they did because the fucking reporter leaked it. But
and that's it. That's the thing. That's my big thing with this entire thing, is that people are focusing more on the chat itself versus who invited the motherfucker. Because you have to have an invite to get in the group. You can't get in there without an invite.
yeah, no, the whole thing looks like a put together job right from the start. All scripted out, and everybody knows what to say. It was awfully fast for the Dems. So let them make their noise. It's not getting any traction like it shouldn't, really, except it's firing up the Democrats who've been downtrodden and depressed for 3 months. Good for them. Give them a small victory like this. But they ain't getting shit. What really they wanted to happen was for Hegseth to resign. That's goal number one. Because, he's getting rid of all the he-she's out of the army.
Yep, and that started day one. As soon as even before he was actually voted in and swore in, they were trying to get rid of him. They didn't want him there.
Yep.
So this is just it's a fine example, and Pat's 100% right. It's just a fine example of another way they're trying to get him ousted.
How do you eat with that thing, Pat?
I kind of think they leaked it to him on purpose, just to get him talking about it, and just I don't know.
Okay, Uncle Jim wonders how I can eat with his mustache. And wonders if you mind if I shaved it off, Sylvia. Can I shave this mustache off?
It's a flavor saver, man. It's called a flavor saver.
Oh my God. We got Chico in the house.
Hey, Chico.
Chico. I want to see Chico with a Pat mustache. All right.
What's up, Chico?
Chico.
Uncle Jim got milk. Priceless.
The mustache dripping the eggnog was priceless too.
Love you, Pat. Yeah.
Oh, you know what's really bad? I've got this really cool, Korean top ramen, artificial beef flavor, spicy.
Yeah, there's
I'm telling you, if you drink it out of the bowl, half my mustache turns orange.
I'm sure you probably get it too, Pat. But people always talk to me and go, "Hey, just like Jim is right now." He's like, "How do you guys eat this stuff like that? You're not getting beard hair in your mouth and mustache hair in your mouth."
Oh, you are.
It's like, dude, yeah, all the time. But it's you got to control the flow, man. You control the flow.
Yeah, and I know when it's time to trim it when it starts getting firsts instead of seconds. You know?
Look, I say I've always said this. They make napkins for a reason, man. It's not for you freaking clean shaven motherfuckers. It's for our bearded motherfuckers.
Now, what really sucks is I've got a mustache cup, but most of the time you can't even find them anymore. And it's the dribble out the sides. You get about 6 gulps down, and then right down both sides of the front of the shirt.
Where's my?
Oh, piss. I'm on 10% battery. Damn it.
Amateur hour there, Tin Man.
I'm on a phone. It kills the battery.
I know. Amateur hour.
Well, no, I started with 70%.
Yeah, but you're on the phone. You know it don't last long.
Well.
Again, amateur hour. Come on, dude.
Usually Jim ends the chat right after I get on.
Yeah,
but you're never on this early.
Kids never go to bed this early.
Short chat, time to go. Yeah,
We ran them around outside for 4 hours to make sure they passed out real nice and easy.
I want to apologize for Pat. Last chat, I got cut off. Battery died. I'm sorry, Pat.
No, I got it. You were saying I got to go to bed. I got to go to bed. I'm hungry. I need to smoke. Click.
I know, but the battery totally died. And when I rebooted to do StreamYard, it says, hey, you want to rejoin the old chat? That was a week ago.
Yeah.
Because
No, it's all right. I mean, I was eating duck. Last weekend. So that's why I came home late. And you guys, I got onto the chat as quick as I could, and you'd already ended it like a bitch.
Oh, bitch.
Yeah. So, I had all you can eat Peking duck last weekend.
Nice. I love duck. Yeah. Chinese food. Yeah. Chinese duck is awesome.
Oh, this was frou-frou too. First fucking class. You know.
Oh, yeah.
Just great.
They know how to do duck. Yeah.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yep.
Okay. I just wanted to say I was sorry. I didn't, it just cut off on me. And when I rebooted to do this live chat, it was on the old live chat. Like, do you want to, reboot? No, it's like, no, it's a week old. Yeah. I don't think Pat is there after a week. Yes. All right. Good to see you, Pat. I love you.
Oh, it's good to see you guys too. I'm glad I could get on. I've been fighting with this thing all day.
Hey, what's in the background there? What do you got for a background?
Anal first.
Canada first.
Canada first. Okay. All right.
Yep, it's definitely good to see you, Pat.
All right, Pat, how many Teslas have you seen keyed and blown up while you were driving around?
No.
None. None. I mean, it makes for good news and stuff, unless the blue-haired ladies, shake their fist at the clouds. But real people don't have time for that crap, and it's no big deal where I live. I bet if I was homeless in West Hollywood, maybe I'd see a burned out Tesla or two.
Yeah, I just hope they prosecute the bastards. All right. Yeah. Here's the funny thing. They're only adding more money to Tesla because they have to fix the repairs under insurance policy. So they're actually adding to Tesla making more money by touching up the cars now.
I would buy a Tesla and let them key it as long as they got sent to El Salvador.
Yeah. I mean, come on now. Anyone that vandalizes,
Okay, this is my question. Why is January 6th such a big deal when you got Antifa burning down cities and Teslas, and January 6th is our biggest, uh, no, it's bullshit.
It's because they have to have something to hang on to. They have to have something to accuse people of.
They are the destructive party. That's all there is to it. Their side is the destructive party.
Well, it's just like you got Maxine Waters and all these other fucking cunts out there. And yes, I said the word cunt. If you don't like cunt, that's your own fucking problem. I love the word cunt. And where I come from, cunt is a very used word. So yeah, you don't like the fucking word cunt? I'm sorry. Mrs. Tin Man, I apologize if you don't like the word cunt. I will give you respect, Mrs. Tin Man, and I apologize to you. But I love the word cunt. And Maxine Waters and many others are fucking cunts.
Well, I think Scotland and Ireland, they like to use the word cunt, and it's more like the F word. It can go anywhere. It's not necessarily pointed at one direction.
Oh, I know where my aim is.
I was gone for 3 minutes and the C bombs are flying around. What the hell?
Anyway.
Is Milo back in bed?
I can only handle about 10 minutes of this mustache. It's driving me crazy. Ah! All right.
Well, in the words of Andy, before we get on another subject, I'm punching out because I've been sitting here nodding off for the last 40 minutes. I think I fell asleep for one. So, you guys have a good one.
I'm sorry. Did I bore you?
No, you don't bore me. I enjoy cunts also. So, yeah.
I was gonna say you said you've been falling asleep for the last 40 minutes. I jumped in about an hour ago, so I must have put you to sleep.
No, especially that last 5 minutes that kept me awake because I was just sitting here thinking. And I'm just going through my inventory of all the of my history. Guys, yep, good weekend. I'll see you next week.
Good night, Rollins. Good seeing you, man.
Later, Rollis. Good seeing you, man.
Hey, Kurt.
Yo.
Tim Man.
Well,
Copy that link.
Copy that link.
Be careful, Tim Man.
Thanks for coming on, Rollis. Take care, buddy.
Is that the Butthole Surfers song?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Copied. I don't know if YouTube will let me open.
I'll
tell you what, I'll just text it to my wife. That way I look at it later.
Oh, don't do that.
No, I'm doing it.
Oh, yeah, it makes
man. You are fucking fucked up in the head, dude.
Who, me?
I would have texted my wife. No,
I don't care.
She's already pissed at you.
No, she ain't.
Oh.
Give it 5 minutes.
Anyway, Pat, I respect and appreciate your perspective on things like that.
Oh,
that's why
don't get me started. Were you one of the Save California guys last week?
Huh?
Nah, maybe not.
No, it wasn't me.
Okay.
Save California from themselves.
The only way to save California is to cut it off and let it go fucking float and sink.
Well, there might be a chance. Voter ID. I know you don't like voter ID, but voter ID and same-day voting.
Who doesn't like voter ID? I fucking love voter ID.
Yeah. Well, same-day
I'm fucking all for it.
Same day voting, voter ID. No, you have to be an American citizen, and then we'll see what the votes really look like. All right.
And I've said this before, but I'll bring it up again. The not this last election, but the one prior. I missed the qualification to vote by about 2 weeks, but I got something in the mail about voting in the mail. You want to know? You want proof that the shit was fucking fucked up?
You
and
voted.
Bullshit?
You voted.
I can show you fucking proof because I got it in the fucking mail, people.
Whether you know it or not, you voted.
No, I'm sure I probably did, but I didn't.
Yep.
A lot of people got 4 or 5 ballots.
Oh, you should have seen Vegas. I had a pile of them.
You had a pile of pilot? Oh my gosh. You had a pile of mail-ins?
Yeah.
And so to Gunswater's good point out there, he makes a good comment. You got to be careful too, because you got people out there, and I've seen a couple of different videos lately where people are claiming to be nationals.
No.
And technically, nationals have the same rights to a certain extent.
No.
So you just gotta be real fucking careful and pay attention to what's going on.
No, they're working on it though, so hopefully we have proper voting in the future.
Yeah, none of this, like at the major port, these, like 20 freaking Connex boxes full of voter, mail-ins show up from China.
Well, we'll have proper secure voting as soon as we get the Epstein files.
Yeah. Yeah.
I know.
You ain't never getting that shit.
I know.
Boy, has that been delayed, hasn't it?
I told you.
Well, they were going to do JFK first because that was the most interest according to people asking.
You're never going to get the
now
Epstein files ever.
Stop believing the bullshit, Jim.
And I think I said it.
That is what people were asking for.
Stop believing the bullshit, man.
So
I said it last week or the week before. The CIA did not write down the crimes they were committing and leave little morsels of their wrongdoings for people to uncover 60 years in the future. No, it's not written down. There's no documentation saying they did it. That's not what people do.
The Epstein files are going to take a while because they got to redact all the victims.
They got to black it all out. You ain't getting shit.
There's nothing there.
Well, we will see in the future, but they have to redact like thousands of victims before they can put it out.
Those kitty touchers were like the most powerful people in the world. They got rid of the files immediately.
Will they or not? I don't know. And I'm not too happy with Bondi right now because she should have put some shit out. Anyway, we'll see. We're just chugging along. What is it? How many months now? 3.5? Whatever. Okay. There's a lot
just over 2.
There's a lot of cluster to sort through right now.
There is. You're still not going to get answers because all of these are distractions. I've said it many times. They're nothing but fucking distractions.
Yeah, but there is so much cluster to get through in such little time. Just give it a little time. A little time.
Again, there is, but you're not going to see anything come of it, man.
I hope that someday, when I have been on this earth for 60-some years, I still have as much faith in the government as Uncle Jim does.
Well, I do now because I've never seen this. I've never seen this kind of administration with Doge and all that.
I agree, but they're not the ones that are holding the files.
I know, but I've never seen an administration like this before.
It doesn't matter. They don't control the system.
Way more.
The system, the system is controlled on the back end, and that's the whole fucking point of it.
Let's see. We got Hobbies Hobos here. I will say I've never seen anything in my lifetime where they're actually cutting all this bullshit waste with Doge, and they're going to continue, and we'll continue finding. But I tell you what, it's going to take at least 4 years to sort through all this stuff. And
Tin Man, you make it to 60, man, and you get like Uncle Jim. Hell, man, I'll probably be in a freaking wheelchair and retired.
I don't know if I'll make it to 60. We'll see.
Anyway, give it a little time, boys. It's there's a lot of plus.
Look at Pat's background picture. That's awesome.
There is a ton of what the hell has he got here?
Jameson, you should fight that crap. Oh,
no, fight that cop.
Oh, there you
go. Fucking Jameson, really? Come on, man. At least put a good whiskey up there.
Oh, I love it. The devil on your shoulder.
Anyway, we can whine and bitch all we want, but imagine, wait a minute. We can whine and bitch all we want right now, but imagine Kamala. Wait, imagine Kamala being president right now.
Who?
I'm sorry. Were you whining or bitching, Tin Man? I wasn't.
No, I'm not whining. I'm just.
No, I'm confused.
Just imagine it going the other way in the election. Then
you know what? When they had those murals of her, on the side of buildings, and like she's looking out over the land, and everything with a big smile on her face, that just reminded me so much of those, political, banners like over in the Soviet Union, like they marched down with some picture of somebody, and they're always looking off into the distance, like they're looking out over the country, And I thought, that's how Stalin, used to, he used to always just make up all this stuff about himself, and that's the same thing that those people do.
That's got big brother vibes for sure.
I'll say this: if you guys haven't seen already, he's the front runner for 2028 for the Democratic Party.
Who's this? Who is?
Camel Toe.
Oh yeah.
No way.
The cackling hoe, the cut herself. She is now the front runner for 2028 for the Democratic Party.
No, I don't think she is. I think they're going to go with what's that?
No, it just came out. It just came out like 2 days ago, Uncle Jim.
Well, we're still 3.5 years out.
We are, but there was a thing that came out a couple of days ago that said she's the front runner. I just fucking pissed myself laughing.
Well, it's either her, Newsom, or Josh Shapiro.
Shapiro's
probably their best shot, to be honest.
Yeah, if she doesn't drink herself to death first.
Well, I don't ever see Shapiro getting anywhere, dude.
Pelosi's still alive, so there's something to be said about alcoholism in old age.
No. Yeah, no, I thought it was what's her name, that reghead girl from Minnesota.
No.
Yeah, chessboard. I know they're pushing the AOC too, but AOC was a close second. But right now they're saying that as of the current time, the cackling hoe is still the front runner.
No, they're pushing what's his face, the communist bastard in AOC. Communist bastard, what's his name?
They're all fucking communists.
They got screwed by the Clintons. What's her name?
Bernie Sanders.
Bernie Sanders. He's a communist.
They're gonna go Sanders and OAC. That's what they're looking at right now. And I'm like, are you kidding me? Are you crazy?
Bernie will be dead.
So it's Sanders and OAC right now.
Or Cortez. Yeah, there you go. Cortez, the killer.
I didn't think Bernie was going to make it to the last election. I'm kind of impressed.
Well, Bernie
Dude,
is.
he's fallen over how many times now?
Dude.
Did you see the latest with Tampon Tim? And then he had to redo his post after that. That was hilarious.
Who called him out? What didn't a UFC fighter call him out? No, it was damn it, The Undertaker. What's his name? I think it was him that called him out.
Well, Tampon Tim was talking about, Teslas and screwing them up and everything. Then he had to backtrack.
Oh yeah, he had to backtrack because his state's stock portfolio contains a lot of Tesla stock.
Yeah, it was hilarious. It was hilarious. All the stock owners, that their investments, their retirement, and then he had to back. These Democrats are stupid ass motherfuckers. I'm sorry.
Who was it? Warren
Yes.
Buffett. Who went on The View and called him a dipshit? Who was that? Was
They
it
are
Warren
the
Buffett?
biggest dumbasses I've ever seen in my life.
What's that guy's name? The investor guy. He went on somewhere and called him a dipshit for it. Damn it! What is his name? He was on Shark Tank.
Which one?
The old white dude with white hair. He's one of the Shark Tank guys. What's his name?
White hair, white dude. No, I can't.
No, Mark Cuban is the brown haired dude.
Was
No,
that?
you're talking-
Wait, was that? Did I hear Mrs. Tin Man in the
Yeah,
background?
she's trying to help me figure it out.
Oh, I like when she chirps in the background.
You're talking about the semi-bald dude. I don't know who you're talking about. I forget what his name is.
I
though.
forget his name too. Bree, look it up.
Yeah, piece of crap. Anyway, yeah. Why do we waste our time on these people? Only the fake news.
Just give me the cast of Shark Tank. That's all you got to type in. Kevin O'Leary.
All right, fellas, I'm gonna jump off. I haven't had a whole lot of sleep the last couple of days, but
It's good to see you, Scotsman.
Pat, I'm glad you were able to make it on. I'm ashamed of you to have Jameson up there, but it's still good to see you, brother. And
everybody who fights cops drinks Jameson.
Tin Man, always good seeing you, man. Mrs. Tin Man, respect. Dave, good seeing you, brother. And Uncle Jim, always good seeing you, man.
All right. Good night, Scotsman.
All right,
Thanks for
good night.
coming
Yeah, good
on.
night, Scotsman, man.
Take care,
You
brother.
sleep good, dude.
Later,
Sleep
fellas.
good. You bet.
Yeah. Thanks for coming on. All right. One
And
thing.
a big hello to I want to put out a big hello to Chico Wise, man. He checked in, so Chico was
Yeah.
out there.
Yeah, Chico.
Hope you've been good, Chico. I haven't seen you for a while.
I put a link up in case he wants to come on. Chico's in the house.
You know, Jim,
I will
Jim-
say I do dig Mrs. Tin Man in the background. You can hear her talking above. Yeah.
She came in clutch. That guy's name is Kevin O'Leary. That's who I was talking about.
I
Hey,
like
Jim.
I like when
Jim,
Mrs.
go ahead and jump off.
in the background. Yeah.
I'm gonna jump off too. So I'll catch you later, all right?
All right.
It was good
Why don't
chat.
we just all leave and give
Well,
up?
no, Pat just got here.
It's 4 hours.
Yeah.
I only want to
I'm
do
gonna
it
jump off, dude.
tonight.
Well, I've been here ever since the beginning, man.
All right, good seeing you, Dave.
Yeah, we'll
always,
see you guys.
always a pleasure. Appreciate
All right,
it.
later, man. Yeah, appreciate it.
All right. Take care, Dave. We'll see
Yeah.
you next.
Yeah, dude.
We'll see you next time, buddy.
So Pat, what do you have to do to fix your computer?
Okay. So it's a matter of degrees. This is like, do you really have to fix the dent in the hood on your Rolls Royce? Really? Yeah, you do. So I got this project where I've got to index 2 million PDF files. And that's what I've been working for. It's like, I'll do a $400 upgrade on this thing and then I'll be set. And then I got one bad memory channel. And that wouldn't be so bad if I didn't have to run these stupid Optane DIMMs. Because that was my big plan. I can get these surplus octane DIMMs for $20. They're 128 gigs each.
Mm-hmm.
Then I can run a terabyte and a half of memory and just do the whole thing in RAM, and it'll it don't work right. Oh, what a pain
Shit.
in the ass. 2 days I've been working on it.
What's the
And I
motherboard swap look like for that thing?
More than the price of getting a used.
That's what I thought.
implant.
Shit, that
So-
sucks, dude.
It's just one memory channel. Thing's got what? 2, 3, 6, 12 memory channels.
Yeah.
Only one of them is jacked up on only one DIMM slot so far. So I'm just swapping DIMMs out. I finally nailed down which one it was today by swapping DIMMs out, known good ones, and I got it nailed. I know what it is. That's just one so far.
How hard is that fix? Does that require like soldering?
There is no fix.
Oh.
So yeah, the memory circuit's running at like less than a volt, and if something's jacked up, you're not fixing it.
Right. Yeah, it's a PCB issue.
Yeah.
Ouch.
So yeah, but what the hell? It's just a matter of time. It's just going to take me a little longer to do the job I was supposed to be doing, which is why I was in Linux. Oh man, what a pain in the ass! I've never tried this before, but goddamn VMware won't run with more than 16 cores. I plan to do Linux on VMware to do this, and now I've got to do a Linux install native, and that's going to be another half a day. And yeah. Other than that, everything's cool. Just a little. I'm happy. I had this text search job that I have to run that usually takes I don't know, about 9 hours. Cut it down to 6. Oh, I'm sorry. That's because I'm reclining. Sorry, hobbies. This is not as it's gonna get. And
I'm gonna send you one of them podcast mics on a boom arm so you could recline it with you.
Well, wait. Pat gives me shit for my videos not being loud enough, and here he is not being loud enough like that.
Well, he wants to be comfy.
Well, I'm just giving him crap. Pat cat. I appreciate, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I got Raspberry Pis coming out my ass. I've got them all over the place here. There's got to be at least 6 or 7 within arm's reach. So maybe I need to do a cluster.
I don't know if those would do well with Streamyard. I can see them getting really hot.
Yeah.
I wonder where the hell mine is.
I was gone. Why are you guys talking about raspberries right now?
There's this generational thing. And I was fortunate that I am the first of the Gen Xers. I mean, there's like a black and white difference between, the Eagles and, the Sex Pistols. Just right there.
Right.
And I
where is Gen X? What era is that? I don't know what generation I am.
You're a boomer.
I know there's Z's out there. Where is X?
Okay, X is born in 65.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, a little later than me. Okay.
Yeah, so we missed 50 days and we had to pick up the pieces.
So Jim, you're a boomer.
Actually, not a bad era. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Which is crazy that the boomer generation lasted 23 years.
Mm-hmm.
22 years. Because you would think, 20 years after getting home from World War II, it'd be kind of over it. But what do I know?
No, I even get it here at the house. Back when we were kids, it was like go outside, drink from the hose, and don't come back till the streetlights come on.
And your hose didn't turn the frogs gay. All right.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Oh, dude, I drank out of hoses that came from a well in the ground when I was a kid.
And it didn't turn the frogs gay. That's all I'm saying. All of a sudden, we had an epidemic. Anyway, Bud Light continuing.
Yeah.
Yep. And jumping BMX bikes over, broken crates and pallets.
Oh, dude, I
really
did
great.
that in the 90s. I'm right there with
Yeah.
you.
Oh,
Yep.
yeah, that was
But-
normal. That was normal to get your tailbone busted on a jump.
And then we had a go-kart, and we had plywood and cinder blocks. That go-kart saw more airtime than a skateboard at the X Games, I promise.
Yeah, well, anyone that knows a go-kart, the engine's in the back and you're going to flip and land on your head.
Oh, we landed on the front wheels, yeah.
No, normally you land on your head. You didn't have a big enough jump. Go-karts are very off-center as far as weight ratio. The motor's in the back and so are you, and you're going to land on your friggin'
I'm
head.
telling you, when you put a 4-foot sheet of plywood on 2 cinder blocks tall, you get some air. Yeah.
Well, you go higher, you land on your head. Ask me how I know. Engine in the back, you're in the back. It flips. Guess what happens? All right.
See, Jim's from the tote goat generation. I'm from the three-wheeler, and we got Tin Man. I don't know. What are you, four-wheel go-karts?
We had a 3-wheeler, we had a 4-wheeler, we had go-karts. We kind
Yeah.
of had a mixture.
Yeah, three-wheelers, very dangerous as far as... Yeah,
Yeah.
three-wheelers were very dangerous.
We didn't have suspension when I was a kid. It was a solid frame Honda 110.
Yeah.
Yep.
Three-wheelers don't really level out good when you're doing stuff. Yeah, we know that, and that's why they stopped making them.
They stopped making them because I'd go to Pismo Beach every President's Day, and they had medevac out the bodies, constantly. I mean, there it was like Bloodsport Coliseum, It was ugly. And then they got the news, and the doctors got all pissy, and it's like, nah, man, as long as you're not drunk, you're probably going to be okay.
Wait a minute. Uncle John, how can plywood and duct tape be ghetto? No way in hell.
He's not wrong.
No.
So we had a couple 3-wheelers actually. Dad had the Honda Big Boy that actually had suspension, and we had one of those ATC 110s too that was just a solid frame, no shocks, no nothing.
Yeah. Very dangerous because they're 3-wheel and it goes sideways. Yes.
No, I'd rather go over the handlebars on a 3-wheeler. There was a lot less there.
There's a reason.
Yeah.
There's a reason. There's a reason they went to 4-wheel. Because okay,
Have you been away?
which wasn't any safer.
You have?
Yeah.
You haven't gone to sleep yet?
No.
Why? Why are you still awake?
I don't know.
Which one is that? Which one is that?
The older one.
Okay, I tell you what. If you can't sleep, break a window. All right.
Don't listen to him. We don't break windows. You did that once.
She sounds kind of tired, like she needs a monster.
Yeah.
All she needs to do is let it out and break the front window. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Say hi, boys.
I want to see a video. This is for Uncle Jim. Correct.
You need to do like
Hi, Jim.
Hi. This is Uncle Jim. I love you. Love you.
He's talking to you. Don't stick your tongue out, you goon. He can't see you. No, Chico, she doesn't remember that. At least I don't think so. She was only barely 2 at that point, wasn't she?
You go,
When she
girl.
broke the window.
Yeah. You go, girl.
Yeah.
Be what you want to be.
I don't remember.
You don't remember? I remember because I had to come home from work after being there for 10 minutes.
Hey, here you go, girl. Yes. All right. Love that.
Is he goofy?
Why are you laughing?
Look at it.
Oh, I'm going to go grab a purple wig right now. Anyway. All right.
Don't rile her up.
Oh, yeah. I'm doing it. I'm doing it.
No.
Keep her awake. Keep her awake.
Tin Man, I got to go to my first ad hoc concert in the living room where Zoe is playing the violin very poorly.
There is nothing better than a poorly played violin.
Oh yeah. I can't wait till she practices tomorrow at 7 a.m. It's payback to the neighbor's kid playing basketball.
Man.
It's gonna be great.
Put her on the roof next to the neighbor's windows.
Yeah.
I can't see him.
Do you see his wig? Oh, hold on. There it is. Yeah.
Who does he look like? Who does he look like?
Does he look like Princess Poppy's dad?
Yeah.
That's goofy.
Good night, girl.
All right, sweet.
We love you.
Ready to go to bed, honey?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go to sleep. All right, I'll be right back, fellas.
She'll have nightmares now. Oh, yes. All right. Whatever. I found the eyebrow. Okay, I found the eyebrow. All right.
All right.
Where are we on the side chat here? Pat, I'm sorry I cut off the one time the battery died. I was upstairs. I forgot to plug in the thingy. Anyway, I've been enjoying a lot of movies. You sent me one. I think I sent you one. And that's what keeps me alive at night. So, yeah. Except for the spider on the screen. Freaked me out last night. Then I couldn't sleep at all.
So here's one for you. Strategic Air Command with Jimmy Stewart.
Okay. He actually served in World War II.
Oh, he served through the Cold War. He was qualified on the, B-38 and B-52.
I know he kind of looked like a girly man, but he was actually a badass.
Yeah.
Yeah. And of course, the Christmas movie of all time. Yeah. Okay. Continuing. Keep going, Pat.
So, yeah, Strategic Air Command has got like real B-36 footage, the best ever taken and the only. Oh, it's just great airplane porn for like half the movie.
Yeah. Nice.
So, movie-wise, let's see. Have I seen anything else good? No, not since I sent you that link. I haven't caught a movie.
Well, I've been okay. Since I've been clicking on certain movies, they're all turning out to be like these grade B movies no one's ever heard of. They're all free and they're on the side. That you click on them, they're recommended. Oh my God! I found 3 movies that were low budget, but super good actors. The director was okay, and I couldn't believe how good the quality of the movie was. And no one never heard of this movie before. And so I've been watching those type of movies at night. But they're not, no one's ever heard of them. And grade B, but the actors are really good. And they never made Hollywood, these actors. But I'm son of a bitch, they're way better than the crap that's in Hollywood. So I'm like, what the hell? So anyway, I've been watching some movies like that lately because they come up on the side recommended. I didn't bother sending you any links, but there's some really good ones there. So there's some good ones. Anyway, people out there, there's good movies out there that's not mainstream, and they are actually very good acting. No one will ever know who that actor was because they're not in the mainstream. You got to join the club and do the devil worship or whatever in Hollywood to get there. Anyway, these people didn't go through that. So there you go. And you know what I'm talking about, Pat. You got to go through the devil worship crap to get, yeah, all right. Maybe it's just me. I don't know. Let's see. The friend had a Suzuki. I think that's oh, Suzuki pickup. That's different. Yeah.
Suzuki Samurais. Remember those? You know, they had the seats in the back with oil handles.
I bought my son one. It was awesome.
Yeah.
I did a video on it. The Samurai, well, actually, the Samurai was the first version. It was like a Jeep. My son's was the Sidekick. Okay, that came after. Yeah.
Oh, Brat. Did I get those mixed up? Which is the one with the seats in the back? Is that the Brat?
No, my son had a Sidekick, which was also the... What was the other brand that called it the same thing? Damn it. Anyway, anyone that knows Sidekicks, they'll know. Anyway, great little video. You know, it's just like a Jeep. Great little vehicle. You got a stick. You got a little straight four. No, it wasn't the Brat. What was the other one? No.
It's this. I think it's a Samurai. Hold on, I'll Google it.
No, Samurai was the first model where the doors just pulled off like a Jeep. You can just open the door and pull them off. And then we had the Sidekick. And they were little 4 cylinders that ran forever and a stick.
Okay,
so,
it's a Brat.
No, the Subaru Brat had nothing to do with Sidekick.
No, but it had the seats in the back.
No. The Subaru Brat had nothing to do. It was a It was a Suzuki, and then we had the American company. And why can't I think of it right now? The Love? No. Anyway, they were both the same thing, rebranded. Come on, people. No, you can do better than that. The Brat was a totally different animal. That was like a Subaru, like station wagon thing. No. The Brat was a station wagon. I'm talking about a little Jeep. Anyway. I want to say Love, but it's not Love. Oh, damn it. Anyway, we had a Suzuki. We towed it here. We drove it around, all that stuff. I ended up selling it. It was a great little thing. Super short wheelbase. So if you're in the snow, the wheelbase was, the wheelbase was so short. When you hit it, you're just going to spin around. You don't have the wheelbase to do Brodies and stuff. No, the Brat, no, it's not a Brat. It's, no, you guys are, no. The Jimmy is huge. The Brat is a different animal. No. Anyway, we had a Suzuki Sidekick. I did videos on it. Great little engine. Stick. Very Datsun truck. No, this is before. No. I had a Datsun truck. Chico. No, that's different. No, what in the hell? I'm trying to find the other, it was the same thing as the Sidekick. Anyway, great little mini Jeep type deal. .3 S10. No, I'm not getting that. Datsun 28. No. Anyway, I can't think of the off brand that was the American brand, but that's what we had for many years. It's super popular around here. All, you know, 4-wheel drive, all that. Anyway, it sold like
Mazda.
Okay. Did I lose sound? Because all of a sudden I can hear.
I was talking.
Nope.
Okay. What's up? What happened?
Trying to make sure she's not getting out of bed.
What?
Huh? This is going to be a long night.
Why? What's happening? The kids are giving you trouble?
Yep.
Oh, she needs a shot.
Okay, it was the Tracker. Geo Tracker was the other model. Same model, okay? So you had the Suzuki Sidekick and you had the Geo Tracker. Same thing. All right, there we go. Nothing to do with Amigo. All that stuff came later, Miss Kitty. Yeah, Geo Tracker. Great little 4x4s. The problem was the wheelbase was so small. If you did a Brody, you would spin in circles. And that's what happened to me. When you're in the snow, you would spin in circles. It didn't have enough wheelbase to keep it stabilized. All right. Other than that, it was a mini Jeep. A tiny mini Jeep, Japanese Jeep. And they were awesome. They were super reliable. Yeah. All right. Done.
Nothing like an all-wheel drive donut.
Yeah, these actually were 4-wheel drive. Yeah. Anyway, great little car. So I did a video on it a long time ago and I sold it and all that stuff. I bought it for my son on his birthday when he turned 16 back in Washington. Yeah. Anyway, he's real happy with his Honda, so that's good. Much easier. Same kind of deal, though. All right, are we still live? Anyone talking or?
Yeah, we're just.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going. Okay,
I'm trying not to say anything bad about rice burners.
I'm
That's all
bouncing
fine.
back and forth between yelling at my kids and being on here.
okay. I was just wondering because yeah, we ended up selling that sucker and buying my mom's car. So, what is Uncle John talking about? Yes, okay. So, Uncle John is talking about this. So, we sold that, and my son bought grandma's car, my mom's car, that she bought brand new. And that's what my son's driving now, and he absolutely loves it. He was the first person to drive in that car as a passenger. So it's got memories, and I'll tell you what, that thing's got 160, 180,000 miles and not a blip. That thing is awesome. So there we go. Yeah. So when my mom died, I told my sister, "Hey, we'll just buy it for cost. You're not going to be here, so why?" And she said, "Yeah, okay." So we bought her out on that, and my son totally loves that vehicle. So there you go. And that's a Honda Element with a ton of miles on it, and it runs like a champ. All right. So, and believe it or not, there's not much rust. We covered that. All right.
Well, those are decent little cars.
So yeah, back when I was a body shop manager, we had lady brought her Geo Metro in. The neighbor's cat kept jumping off the roof onto her, hood, roof, and deck, and on the hood, totaled it.
The dogs jumping on it totaled it?
No, it was a cat.
No way in hell.
I swear to God, the damage on the roof, it needed a new roof panel, totaled it.
No, we had the Suzuki, and that was plenty strong. There's no way a cat or even a big dog could dent the top of that. No way.
Oh, yeah, you could.
No,
you could put a dent with your thumb.
No, and we had a pop top. Sunroof on it. No freaking way in hell. That's solid as hell. No, no.
Metro, a Sprint. A Chevy Sprint.
Are you talking? No. Are you talking Suzuki Sidekick or the Metro? Same body, same body, everything. No, those were built tough. No. You could roll over in the son of a bitch, actually. No, you're thinking of another vehicle because no. Anyway. Are we frozen? Or is it?
We're just not disagreeing with Jim, even though he's wrong.
Well, we had one. Everything got beat on that thing. No. It had a solid roof. No airbags. If you got in a crash, you're screwed. But no airbags, all that. But it had a solid frame and roof, at least the one we had. So it was a good truck. I did a video saying farewell to it when I sold it from here in the front yard.
Yeah, I remember.
Okay.
That was the other neat thing. I was looking for one of my subscriptions because I wasn't getting anything from I forget who. And I looked at all of my subscriptions, and the Uncle Jim, not 3, but just Uncle Jim is on there. I think Mig did that one for you.
You got a brat in the background. Okay. You got a brat in the background?
Yeah, the one with the seats in the bed.
I think Tread's giving me shit, but yeah, there's no way. Yeah, we had the sunroof pop off. It was a polymer type sunroof thing. It actually fit on the luggage rack on the back and locked in. That thing was a solid little car. You know, why doesn't America make cars like that? A little Jeep, a tiny Jeep that gets good gas mileage, you know, a stick and a straight 4-cylinder. How good is that? And no one makes that anymore. Yeah, it boggles my mind. Anyway.
Yeah, that's because we grew up with, wing windows and no AC. When that was AC, remember when AC was like almost as much as the car? It was like a $3,000 car with a $1,500 AC option, and then you had to get all the rest of the crap with it too. Like the tinted glass you could only get with the AC and all that other crap. But AC was a big deal. But no, I long for simpler times when you could fix it with a test light and a 10mm socket.
Keep it freaking simple. And what's funny is there was a few videos where they took that little bugger and jumped it off a jump and trashed it 30 feet in the air, and the sucker still landed and it was fine. So I gotta give it to the Japanese. They made a perfect little Jeep. And why aren't we making that shit right now? Anyway, all right.
Chico, what was that sports car one that they made? All the hot little Latina chicas used to drive it. Little 2-door sports car Geo.
The Storm.
Storm, that's the one.
I don't know. I think the Japanese still owned our ass on the small stuff. Small trucks, small Jeeps, Japanese owned our ass. Tractors, everything. They're still our ass on.
That's because of Ralph Nader. I had a 63 Nova. That was a small little economy car, and it was cheap and built well and simple.
Yeah, small tires in the rear. Yeah.
What's that?
Small tires in the rear. You didn't have the wheel wells for the bigger tires.
No, it was a big deal for me to put 14s on it.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it came with 13s. But I got a V8 stuffed in that thing and I almost killed myself.
Yeah.
Yeah, V8 and a 4-speed, that thing is a death trap. Talk about a small wheelbase that wants to swap ends in the rain.
Yeah. Well, I think that everyone in America is looking for now is a small truck that is under $20,000.
Yes, and they have them, and they just won't sell them here.
That is what everyone wants right now. So we'll see what happens. I bought my Ranger. I think it was $10,000. A brand new Ranger, 97, on sale. You look through all the ads and everything, get the best deal. And that was a 4x4 Ranger. And son of a bitch, I wish I still had that truck. 6-cylinder. And how
absolute gas hog.
No. What do you mean gas hog?
My grandpa had 2 of those Rangers. They were gas hogs.
No. not at all. No.
He got 17 on the highway tops.
Oh wow.
No.
See, you get used to it. I remember I was driving a 427 Chevelle. It got 7. And after you drive it for a couple of weeks, it's like you get used to it.
Anyway, I love my little Ranger. Why can't you get a small pickup 4x4 that can still hold a sheet of plywood in the back with the back down for $10,000? Even 20 now. You can't. You can't do it.
Yep. It's sad.
Well, I don't know. I was at a drive-through the other day, and some guy had taken like a chainsaw to the back of a high cube. And I think you can get those little Hino 4-cylinder high cubes for like next to nothing, like 20 grand. And this guy got one and just hacked the high cube off it. It made it a pickup truck.
Yeah, I like the old Ford small pickups. Yeah. And they had the one with the gutless 4-cylinder engine that came originally from the Pinto. Those things ran for like 500,000 miles. The original Pinto engines, the straight 4s. Mine was a 6. But I talked to a guy. I was at a paint shop once getting paint. And I'm like, oh, nice little old Ranger you got there. I pulled mine up next to him. And he goes, yeah, it's got 5,000 miles on it, 500,000 miles on it. And he said, I got the little four-beater Pinto engine in it. And I'm like, son of a bitch. It was awesome. Why can't we buy those again? Cheap. Why do we have to pay 50 grand for a frickin' truck nowadays? It drives me crazy. That's what we got to fix.
Oh, I wanted to bring back those Mazdas that had those little tiny little diesel engines in them that got 70 miles to the gallon. The late 70s Mazdas. I know they can do it. They just don't.
Yeah.
GM tried that with the what is it? The Canyon and the Colorado. They put a little 3-cylinder diesel. Maybe it was a 4 diesel engine in those, and it didn't sell. Didn't take off.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. Everyone out there wants a small pickup truck. You can still put a piece of plywood in it, but I don't want any frills. I want a stick. I don't want any bullshit on it. I don't want air conditioning. Nothing. Give me a cheap little 4x4 truck, a tiny truck nowadays, and keep it under 20 grand.
Yep.
The Japanese are coming out with one, but will it make it here? I don't know.
I doubt it.
Yeah, just give me a reliable tractor engine type truck. I don't need fancy. I don't want frills. I don't want nothing. I'll buy it all day long.
No airbags, no seatbelts.
Airbags is good, but seatbelts, yes. Yeah, but why are you picking on seatbelts and airbags? Those are cheap. I'm talking about the rest.
I know. I remember when cars didn't have seatbelts.
Screw
I remember I had to take mine out because they were an option, and if you had them, you had to wear them.
Oh, I wouldn't even care if it was a 5-speed or 6-speed manual.
I had the old Datsun pickup, and then I had the Nissan pickup, and they're all good little trucks. I mean, why can't we just have the simple, stupid, easy, tiny trucks? And that's what people want. They're not going to pay 100 grand for a truck. Keep it under maybe 15 grand, and we're good.
Let me give you a little perspective here. We always want what we don't have. It's like Sylvia over there. she straightens her hair every day because she's got curly hair, right? And then people with straight hair get perms. And I drive a Hyundai Accent right now, a little four banger that can't get out of its own way, wind up windows. It does have an automatic, but I don't care. And radio sucks. Everything sucks in that car. The whole experience sucks in that car. It's purgatory to teach you a lesson that you want a nice car. And then right now you've got a 460, sitting in the driveway right there, and you want a little economy truck.
Yeah.
But if you were in an economy truck, you'd be saying, boy, I could really use a 460. Someday I might have to haul a 35-foot trailer.
I know, but right now I just want a little economy truck, a 4x4 that gets me up the driveway in the snow. But it's like the old Toyotas, the old tractor engines that ran forever. I forget what engine that was. It was a straight four. It was awesome. I want that. And I've had the Datsun. I've had the Nissan hardbody, and those were great. But give us that again. All right. What's asking so much? It's super simple. It's like my tractor. I mean, it's simple.
Yep.
You get the chains off your tractor yet, Jim?
Did I get the what?
The chains off your tractor. It's that time
No, they're still there, but they should go because it was 72 degrees yesterday.
Yep.
Yeah, give me the old, yeah. I drove the Toyota and the Ford Courier's company trucks, the little tiny trucks. They are awesome. That's all you need, really, unless you're pulling a tractor or hauling big loads like my F-250. But for economy and ease, I would take a small truck any day. Any day. And the Japanese are talking about a $20,000 small truck like this, which is safe. It has airbags, but it's kept simple. And that's what I want in four-wheel drive.
Right about now, I want heated seats. I want air conditioning that works.
No.
I want power windows.
No.
Yeah.
I don't want any of that. None of that. No.
I want leather seats again.
No.
Yeah.
You're crazy. All that shit goes wrong. No, you don't want any of that. We want a super simple truck nowadays. And no one's
it doesn't go wrong anymore. Back in the old days, you had a whoopie wazzer, pickup truck like a Dodge, everything would go bad. All the switches would go bad. It'd be like your asshole van. But not anymore. This stuff's pretty solid.
I think America wants a simple, small truck that does everything on the minimum. Stick shift, no air, screw the air conditioning, screw the computer, screw all that stuff. No. We want bare bones. We want bare bones, a truck to get up my driveway in the snow, and that's all we want. And we want it bare bones like an old Jeep. And that's all. And we want to pay less than $20,000.
I want an El Camino.
Oh, I'd love an or a Ranchero. I love both. El Camino, Ranchero, I'll take that all day long. Where's the station wagons? They're all dead. Yep. You can chop a station wagon and make the same thing. No, they're all dead. Gone. I wish I would have kept a couple of my station wagons. They'd be awesome. Anyway. And you could chop them and turn them into an El Camino. pretty easy with the Sawzall.
Yep.
Hey, bud. I know my son could do it. Anyway. Drive within your means. Well, yeah, I want America to offer Japanese, whatever, whoever comes over here and starts building cars again, because Trump's got all these people coming here, building facilities. Give us a under 20 grand truck that's 4-wheel drive. You can put a piece of plywood in it, and it will handle the snow in all terrain with a simple stick and no computer bullshit on your dashboard. That's what I want. I don't want Dash with all this crap and a screen. No, give us this bare bones, and give me a tractor engine that'll run forever, like the old Toyotas, the old Nissans. Get you a mini truck. Okay, Chico's a mechanic. Yes, Chico. That's what I want. It's the way to go. Give me wing windows also, so I don't need air conditioning.
And a cigarette lighter that works.
Yeah, put a cigarette lighter in there. That's all I want. And, the Japanese are thinking about it, but I don't know if it'll ever import here. They're trying to keep it under 20 grand. Whatever. Let's do this. All the old trucks, the little Japanese trucks are all rotted out. They're rusted out. But I would love to buy an old one again. It's crude driving them. Yeah, but that's part of the experience. I loved them. I loved them all. The Ford Courier, the Toyota, the Datsun, and what was the other one? They were all still usable. They were fun. So. Oh, Gunswater bought a 150 Lariat. Yeah, I got a 250 Lariat. What year is that, Gunswater? Anyway, let's get back to reality. Why would someone pay 100 grand or 80 grand for a new truck? I'm sorry, that's crazy town. That's crazy. That is a house. That's crazy. Crazy.
But Jim, I was thinking about it. I remember when I first started working in Chevy dealers. This must have been like 84, and a Suburban was $36,000, and a Corvette was 24 grand. So these trucks have been, the high-end snazzy ones. They've always been expensive.
I know, but you can buy an old Suburban. That's a tank gas guzzler. Nowadays, you can buy them cheap. And they're all rusted, around the wheel wells, everything. But they still run. The engines were good in them.
Oh, I just can't. The thing I loved about them was the old square bodies. The windshield was $24. So you what the hell? You change the windshield, $24. The fenders were like $35 each. I mean, if you needed brakes, it was cheaper to go buy complete calipers than to buy brake pads, and it was just crazy cheap to work on. The alternator was $20. Anything you need, there's no big deal. You could maintain that truck and cheap. Nowadays, no. I mean, I just had to buy a battery for one of my cars, and it was $250. Because it was one of these AGM absorbent gas mat batteries, and it's like, Jesus Christ, it's a battery.
Yeah. I know. Let's make trucks great again, okay? People want their trucks and they don't want to spend 80 grand for them. Why do you need all this computer shit on your truck? Everything can go bad. It's all relayed to each other. You know, one thing goes wrong. Oh, blah, blah, blah. No, give me a simple truck where I have to go out and lock the hubs, whatever. Just give me a cheap, simple truck with a tractor engine, straight 6, straight 4, run forever, ever and ever. Why can't we have that? And hopefully someone offers that in the future. The Japanese are working on it. They're actually working on a super simple, like an old Toyota truck type deal. So let's see what happens.
Mhm.
Love that. Lovey-dovey. But it's got to hold a piece of plywood in the back, whether you got to put the tailgate down or not. It's got to hold a piece of plywood.
Yep.
What happened to simple, stupid? Anyway. All right, should we kill this off? I'm ready to eat. I'm tired. I'm done.
Yeah, I'm ready to go. I got to get back and tear my machine apart again and swap out some more DIMMs and
What
see if I can
machine?
get that going. My PC.
Oh, okay.
It's on. It's Mickey Mouse right now. It's like an old Chevy where it's got duct tape around the radiator hose right now. So I got to get it taken care of. So your 300 blackout pet load is what now, Jim?
It depends on what load. It depends on what bullet. What are you talking about? I
He's
don't
messing
know.
with you. Now that we've got all the Kennedy files, there's nothing left to talk about.
Yeah, Gunswatter, it's a 5th time. And this time, I don't want to cut Pat off with the battery dying. It's plugged in. So, hey, Pat, love you and enjoyed the movies. And the one you sent me, and I'll probably watch. I don't sleep much at night, so now I'm watching the spider on my screen, trying to kill that. But yeah, I'll be up till 3 a.m. trying to watch 2 movies, and I enjoy it.
Strategic Air Command with Jimmy Stewart. It's got that little Jewish actress with the husky voice. It's a really good movie.
Wait a minute, Strategic Air Command with Stewart.
Yeah.
All right, I'll try and find that. All right. Anyway, if you guys are getting old and want to keep sane at night, and also, Pat, the headband thing is pretty awesome.
I know. Sylvia's wearing them right now.
Oh, she's wearing them?
Yeah, and like she's wearing them right now, so that
Okay.
I can be on my chat. And I bought an extra pair because, like I told you, they were only $7.
Yeah, the little boxes in stereo, you can actually you put them right in front of your ears. You don't have to have them over your ears, and you don't wake up your spouse at night. Yeah, so anyone can go back and watch that video. It's pretty awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, those are cool.
Yeah. All right. So everyone in the side chat, love y'all. And thanks for coming on. Hey, damn, we did 5 hours. All right. Love everyone in the side chat and anyone watching later. Pet, any last words?
No, we'll see you guys next week. I should be all up and running. I won't be a stranger, I promise.
Okay, Pat, and Brat, because you got a Brat in the background, ready to do the foof?
I'm ready.
All right, and here we go. And now, a foof!